live. You're back again, Charlie. I am live here in Durban, South Africa. And guys, I hope you're enjoying my vlogs from South Africa. Today is a beautiful day. We are going to explore the city of Durban. We are going to be seeing how beautiful South Africa is. We are going to see how beautiful Durban is. And there's amazing activities to do today. And of course, you guys are coming along. So let's go. Let's enjoy the scenery of this beautiful place. I have had a feel of South Africa already, but I'm sure you also want to experience it for yourself. So let's go.
The Blue Lagoon at Umgeni River. Just now we are just walking towards the Green Hub. Normally the Green Hub is a bike hire.
Okay.
And also an a tourism information office that was built in 2010 during the World Cup.
Okay.
It was to accommodate visitors who came in for World Cup if they want to go around the city. And also it was also the drop-off zone of bikes.
Okay.
If you have hired a bike from Ushaga, you can ride up to the stadium and you can drop off the bike at the stadium or here.
Okay.
It was like vice versa during that time.
Okay, so guys, this is our tour guide for today's trip. What's your name?
Sunny.
Sunny. Okay.
They also do different tours. There is a bicycle ride that starts from here to Ushaga Marine. They also have the city cycling tour. They also have a cycling sip tour whereby you also go for a wine tasting.
So we are currently here at the Blue Lagoon about to ride a bike. Everyone is like ready having a bike. This is my bike. I took a very sexy, cute, blue looking bike. Hey. Yay! This is interesting. For people who can't ride a bike, I don't know what the fun it is. Like, you can't ride a bike at your age? But this is so fun. We are about to take a ride and of course you guys are coming along. So I'm going to put on my helmet and show you around. Let's go. So guys, I have my camera behind the tour guide and I'm going to be following him. So if you see me behind, just know he has my camera and yeah.
Now we are next to Kingfisher Canoe Club. This is where they normally launch when they train for Canoe Duzi Marathon. So just across from this bridge to that bridge, that is the mangrove forest. Does anyone know the mangrove forest?
Yeah, we have some in Ghana too.
But the mangrove forest has like there are three different types of mangroves. You'll find the black, the red, and the white mangroves. Then there are specific animals that are commonly found from there, and also birds that are commonly found there. Animals that you could find, you'll find mostly crabs and frogs. And those animals that you find there, they could not survive anywhere. They only survive from that forest. And also those plants that you see, they only survive there. Then
so far it's been so fun. Hi Sassy! What happened?
God, it's been amazing, guys. Like, it's, you know what, Durban, I wasn't expecting this, but it's just been so lovely. Like biking, the views. I'm a fan of views. It's so beautiful. Just the vibes, everything.
The vibes, yeah. And the fact that the weather is so calm. We've been riding for some time now. We are not even sweating. Like, yeah. So let's go, guys. So we just ended our cycling tour at the Blue Lagoon. We are going to the next, and of course you guys are coming along. So this is the shuttle behind picking all of us. So let's go, guys. So we are currently here at the city center, and this is also the first place where the train was also built. So as you can see, there are tall buildings behind me. Everyone is selling, everyone is buying, everyone is chilling. Yeah.
Okay, we are at the Victoria Market currently, where you will see different things from different cultures, even African countries. Some of the things that like artwork, the beads, the spices, you also find them here. Then we will go in a smaller shop where they will teach you about spices and how do you mix spices if you cook.
Well, most of the spices come in from India, but of course some spices grow in Africa, like cardamom, cinnamon, certain spices, cloves, right, you get in Tanzania, you know, certain spices. Yeah, so these spices are imported. Initially, the bulk of our clients were Indian clients, but over the years, it's evolved. There's whites, blacks, everybody now indulges in curry, some form of curry or spice. So that's where we've been. And the good thing about us, we blend it for people according to their requirements. You may prefer a medium mix. She may prefer a hot mix. You know, somebody wants a more turmeric in it, color. You put more turmeric, by the way. And of course,
break it down?
Yeah.
Can I break it down? Sure, sure. Yes, certainly.
For us, please.
Well, look, curry isn't one spice. Curry is a fusion. It's a blend of different spices. And you'll find in the Indian kitchen spices like coriander. You know coriander? We call that dhania. Then you get another spice called cumin or cumin. That's the one. That's cumin. These are seeds, by the way, ground into powder. This is fennel. You know fennel? Fennel is very good for digestion, for heartburn, etc. You'll find Indian restaurants after dinner, they give you fennel coated sweets that you chew on. It's for your heartburn, your digestion, etc. So that's the fennel. This one's garam masala. Garam masala is a mixture with cinnamon, pepper, cloves, nutmeg, all ground together. Paprika, that's your nice deep red color, paprika. Chili, that's the hotter one. Piri piri, that's mamma mia. Now this is really hot.
Pepe.
Peri peri is the hottest chili in this part of the world. It's not the hottest in the world. I mean, you've got habaneros and ghost peppers and whatever that are so down hot, you know, jalapenos and whatever, that are so hot. But peri peri is the Southern African hottest chili. And the yellow one is turmeric or turmeric. This is, I call it the wonder spice. It's extremely healthy. It's good for you. It's an anti-inflammatory. It's an antioxidant. Really, turmeric is a wonder spice. The world over is now consuming turmeric, either in paste form or powder form, whatever form. And this is what it is, in tablets, paste, etc. Because what this does, it alters your alkalinity. It reduces your acidity and increases your alkalinity. That's why it's so good. That's the turmeric. So this is what the base of the curry is. So the housewife will put her coriander, cumin, fennel, cinnamon, ginger, garlic. Then we'll also put fresh ginger and garlic. We take root ginger, we crush it up. We take garlic, we crush it up with the pestle and mortar. So that's added in as well. And this is what it looks like. These are the threads. That's your saffron. That's for paella, for risotto, for bouillabaisse, for biryani, for pilau. Like recently we had our Eid festival, right? And during the Eid festival, everybody indulges and makes royal dishes. And one of the royal dishes is like biryani or pilau or kalia or whatever. And you use the saffron. Saffron is tiny threads that are hand-picked. And the best saffron comes from Iran. That's Persian saffron. Of course, you get saffron from Spain. You get saffron from Switzerland as well, Morocco as well. But the best saffron is your Iranian or Persian saffron. But that's the expensive. But it's not used every day in every dish. It's used for special dishes, for special occasions. When you're doing a treat or something good, you know, that's your saffron. So curry, ladies, it's all these spices put together.
850. This is 850. Guys, let me know in the comment section if it's beautiful, because I think it's beautiful. It's in South African colors. They have beautiful artifacts. And there's this cup. Wow, this is nice. Wow, I have a similar cup here I use in the office. Let me see. Oh, okay. Guys, let me know in the comment section, how would you rate these earrings and this purse? How much is the earring? How much is the necklace? This is so beautiful. I love it. Okay, so let's see what to get. So guys, I got this necklace. How much is it?
400 for you.
Okay, guys, let me know in the comment section if you think I should get this. I like it though. But it's like, it feels as though it's holding my neck. Can I have a bigger one? My neck is very big, so it's
no, let me adjust it. I put it at the
okay. I'm getting this for 300 and this for 90. Yeah.
No.
Fine now. 90 is fine now.
She put it on camera, so I can't say no.
You can't say no. Yeah, you can't say no. So I'm getting this for myself, and then that I'm really confused as to what to give my friends and family, but then I'm sure I'll figure it out on what to give.
What do you want to say? What were you saying?
On what to give my friends and family.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You don't want to get the
I don't know, like it's too small, like
too small.
Yeah, it's like nothing to appreciate. Okay, wait, show me what you wanted me to get.
Gifts because they appreciate you.
You
Because you
understand?
love
Like,
to give gifts.
and like you don't give it to them.
Exactly.
It's not what they
So
want
this
to
is
buy.
for jewelry.
Yeah, you can store your jewelry. Anything really. Yes, you can, it could be like a snack stuff, but it represents South Africa. The colors and like it's made here.
And remember, this is done
And for
with
me,
your-
I feel like it will fit into my box. I don't have to do with any extra.
and then I add
ended up
this to the.
Yeah, you add a cup. I ended up buying headbands for my friends. I got this necklace for myself and a cup. So we're about to go on a city tour on this bus behind me, and I'm super excited you all are coming along with me. So let's go. This gives you a better view of Durban. This gives you a better view of the city.
And vibrant destination, a city that has a lot to offer in terms of heritage, in terms of destinations, in terms of sites and also experiences. We have 5 tourism regions altogether. The central region is the one that we basically cover in this tour. We are going to be driving the entire central region from the beach to the city center, and also we'll then drive up towards the destination, our bus. They were introduced in 1893 by a farmer and a sugar magnate, Mr. Marshall Campbell, who imported them from Japan. Their full name is Jinrikisha, and this means a man-powered vehicle. We had 2,000 rickshaws once. Our left-hand side here in the circle, we normally have the rickshaw carriages. The rickshaw carriages are a namesake of our bus. They were introduced in 1893 by a farmer and a sugar magnate, Mr. Marshall Campbell, who imported them from Japan. Their full name is Jinrikisha, and this means a man-powered vehicle. We had 2,000 rickshaws once. Now we are just left with about 20 of them, and all of them have a unique design and pattern on their bodies. They have all one thing in common. That will be the horns that are symbolic of the pullers' ancestry, because they are mostly pulled by people of Zulu culture. On our right hand side, we have the rickshaw monument here to celebrate the presence of the rickshaws on our mile.
So one thing I've realized is the coast of Durban has like high-rise building, which is really cool. So everywhere you are close to the coast, you can get like amazing views of the Indian Ocean, and also you get to experience Durban, like Durban, because Durban is like the coastal part of South Africa. So far so good. It's beautiful out here.
Behind us, we are being chased away from our spots by the People Mover bus. This is a commuter transport that operates daily from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. during our low season till midnight during our high season. To board the bus, it's important to have a loose change. They charge 6 rand per person for a single trip, 16 rand 50 for many trips that you can fit in. That depends on when you purchase your tickets. If you purchase it now, it will be, you can have as many trips as you can fit in from that moment on till 10 p.m., which is when the last bus runs. Along the mile, you have an opportunity to shop for craft, for curios, and for beachwear. You have a chance to also choose from a variety of our beaches, which are all individually named. This works best because each of the beaches is unique in shape, also unique in the way that you can experience it. Just to give an example of what I am meaning, if you go to the south as a surfer, you might enjoy that. If you are still a learning surfer, starter surfer, neophyte. The North Beach, I'll just explain what I mean by the differences in the beaches. The North Beach is the one that is mostly providing joy to the surfers because it has rigorous waves. It is more suitable for one who is an advanced surfer because they now can do stars. They can enjoy they enjoy the larger waves as compared to the smaller ones here in the south. There are other things also that are making the beaches unique from one another, and we have piers in between. With only just one pier that has a structure in it, and that will be just down by the Shaka Marine World. I'll talk more about this as we progress.
So we are currently here at their residential area, and this is very nice. Hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting every experience here in Durban, South Africa. A big shout out to the South African tourism. Until next time on my next video, I love you all. Mwah. Africa has been treating me well with good food. Today's vlog is a compilation of some good nightlife experiences here in Durban, South Africa. Don't forget to like, subscribe, show me some love, and join the family. I love you all. Mwah. So one thing about this trip, right? Even though it's very fun, it's like it's stressful because you come back for a drink, the next minute they're like, you're going for dinner, you're going to enjoy. Now we got back like an hour ago and we've been given like an hour to quickly rest, dress up and go. But because I also want to take some pictures, take opportunity and get nice pictures of this place before I get back, I have to like quickly dress up. So today I've decided to wear some makeup, lipstick, and look sweet. Final look. Then I put on heels, ready for nightlife. Of course with you. Let's go, guys.
Right now,
Just got to.
this place
is really beautiful. So guys, we finally got to our the restaurant. The place is so beautiful. I'm very happy, and I know I'm going to have a good night. I'm going to have a good evening with you. So yeah, Vivian, say hi.
Holla! So we're at a restaurant, I don't know its name, but it's so pretty and I'm excited to have dinner. Oh, hi! How are you? Having a fantastic time. Okay, can tell
What's the name of the place?
Well, it's called Dukta, I believe. Yeah. It's like fine dining, you know, wine. Looking forward to it all.
So most of the restaurants have like a barcode. You just have to quickly scan and you get your menu on your phone. So I think it's very easy, very convenient, and I'm about to order my drink for tonight. Yeah. Thank you. So happy. It's spicy just the way I want it.
The chicken is so amazing, just like selection.
Have you tasted it yet? You need to try
I don't know, but you know, spiritually, it tastes good. I was editing the vlog, damn it, the energy, man.
Oh, what are you posting?
No, tomorrow.
Everyone is tired, but then going to have dinner and you all are coming along, so let's go. a cheesecake, but it came with chocolate. So I'm just eating the ice cream. You're all invited. This is dessert. The ice cream is good. Here at a place called California Dreaming, which is very nice. I really like the aesthetics of this place. And yeah, if you find yourself in Durban, South Africa, make it a point to visit this restaurant. Their food is good. I had rice, and one thing I've also realized here in South Africa is their food is really affordable. Like I can have like starter and a main dish together with a cocktail, which cost about 400 rand, which is close to about 200 Ghana cedis, which is very affordable comparing it to Ghana cedi. And so yeah, I hope you're enjoying this vlog so far. So I'm having rice and brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoy sharing all these locations with you. Whenever you find yourself in South Africa, Durban, make it a point to visit one of them, and I'm definitely sure you're going to have a good time. A big shout out to the South African tourism for this experience. I am having the best time of my life thanks to them. So yeah, hope you enjoy watching this video. I love you all. Kisses.
Welcome
to our final episode of Diaspora Link first season. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I am your host. I'm super excited about the episode today. Before we even get into this episode with this guest, I just want to say that I'm very grateful to all of our viewers, everybody who shared the links, everybody who's tuned in every Sunday, everybody who's given us feedback, both critical feedback and feedback to say you love it. We do this because we want to share successful stories. We want to share challenges, and we are serious about linking up the diaspora. We are totally in love with our team and our partner here at GhanaWeb. Again, this is our final episode, so we believe in celebrating the small victories, right? We've been able to do 20 episodes with all amazing guests. We want to thank all of our guests who've appeared here on Diaspora Link. And today, on our final episode, I have a very, 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 very special episode, and I have a very, very, very special guest. I'm not even going to tell you her name yet, but we're going to get into this episode, and we're going to take her through the same thing we took all of our other guests to. So, again, thank you so much. My heart is full. Thank you for the support. Thank you for this first season for Diaspora Link, exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm your host with the most. This episode is so special, I had to put my grills in for the last episode. Let's go. Welcome back to Diaspora Link. Y'all know I'm super excited. This is our last episode of our first season, and I'm going to say that I saved the best for last, right? So I've had to pull her from behind the camera and put her in front of the camera. So we're going to find out more about somebody who's been behind the camera and who's helped us design this show and has been working on all 20 episodes. I'm not even going to tell you who she is yet. I'm just going to get into her choices and her top 5. Welcome, madam.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
Are you nervous?
I'm nervous.
Are you nervous?
I'm
Good.
nervous,
Good. I want you to be nervous because, because now you're on this side of the camera. Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't have to explain the game to you. You know what choices are.
Yes.
Okay. So, choices. I'm going to give you your choices. You come back to me.
Okay.
Long hair versus short hair.
Short hair, because it's hot outside.
So even if you're someplace when it's cold, short hair.
I still prefer short hair. I really love hats. And hats look so good on like short hair because they always get the right shape, especially like the the Russian kind of hats with the long ears.
Okay. Next question. London versus Dubai.
Oh wow, that's interesting. Why did I have to think about this? I think Dubai.
Dubai over London.
I think
Why?
Dubai over London because I know London and the United Kingdom so well inside out. I'm no longer excited by it, whereas I've only been a resident of Dubai for about a year, so I'm still quite excited. There's still so many things to find in the whole of the Emirates, so I'm still just figuring out Dubai. So I think that's why.
That's why. Okay.
Plantain.
I know. I'm not, because I know plantain is your favorite food, so I'm not going to ask you anything about plantain. And I even know you're going to say that when we get to top 5. Banku versus fufu.
Okay, fufu. But that's just because I like the smooth flow of the fufu. Banku for me is a little bit grainy. It's like reaching over towards like kenke, which I'm not really a fan of.
Right, you're not a fan of kenke.
No.
But banku you eat.
Yeah, I have banku in my house right now.
You like banku. But you prefer fufu.
I prefer fufu.
Just because it goes down smoother,
Yeah,
that's it.
Exactly. And even then, if we were adding like TZ, then I'll be on the TZ side.
Okay.
Because the smoother the flow for me.
But
always with the okra, spicy.
Always with the okra and always spicy. Okay. All right. I'm gonna ask you this question, and I already know the answer. Brunch versus dinner.
Yeah, brunch.
I already knew the answer.
Yeah.
What is it about brunch? What do you like so much about brunch?
Firstly, I love an opportunity to meet with people over food and drinks, socializing and having positive energy. And when a brunch event is properly curated, it's just vibes. It's like the vibes of the evening club, but you're wearing daytime clothes. You can see people's faces clearly. You can achieve goals. You can make that sale. It can be a meeting. I find brunch is like the most flexible time of the day to meet people as well. It's the perfect time. It's not too early. It's not too late. Finish brunch, go home, get changed, chill with the family, go out again.
And brunch has to be on a Sunday. Sunday is the day for brunch.
So it's really funny because in Ghana, Sunday's the day for brunch, but in UAE for ages, Friday was my go-to day for brunch because of course Friday was a weekend and Sunday was a Monday. But now they kind of evening out, so I guess Sunday is going to be brunch day all over the world for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Ada versus Axim.
Ooh.
East versus West.
So that's interesting. I only just first got over to XM. I went to the Baja private island a couple of weeks ago, so I now know the difference between Ada and XM. I will say XM because with Ada, of what I understand of it, it's beautiful, it's lovely. Of course, it's my favorite place to be. But actually, XM, like when we were going to the private island, there was this point where the boat was going over a portion of the ocean that was lowered. So people were walking, but then when we came back in the evening, it was like a full-blown waterbed, and the whole thing about it just fascinated me. Also, the way that the fishermen have their fishing things positioned, like you can't get those stories in Ada, right? Our boat guy, he drives us around, but there's not much to tell.
Right.
With an Axim, the guy was like, yeah, and then this happens, and this part of the water will be raised later, madam, please look here, and when we came back, he gave me such amazing stories that I'm now fascinated to go around Axim a lot more.
Wow.
In fact, go around the whole of the East a lot more.
I need to do that.
You
I
do?
need to check that
Oh,
out.
yeah, I'll take you. You're not good.
Really? You want to take me?
And he's a good DJ.
Witness. I have a lot of witnesses here. Okay, last one for your choices. This is an easy one for you too, but I'll tell you why I'm saying this. Entrepreneurship versus being employee.
That's not an easy one. I think you thought I was going to say entrepreneurship.
Yes.
But that's because you forget that I equally care about my career as a dean.
No, I know.
So
I know.
I will always do both. I actually am a hybrid. I always do both.
You got to choose one. If you could only choose one.
Okay, if I could only choose one, I'll choose entrepreneurship because I can always be well-fed and extremely wealthy.
Okay. Well-fed and extremely wealthy.
With entrepreneurship.
With entrepreneurship.
With academia, not so much,
Right. Well, I mean, academia is not the only salaried, employed position, but for you it is. But
for me, it's where my passion goes when it comes to my career.
Yeah. I want to thank our guests for playing choices, and now we're going to move to something called Top 5, and then we're going to dive into the interview. This is a special show. This is our 20th show. This is the final episode of Season 1 of Diaspora Link, so you can expect something a little bit different. Top 5.
Yes.
Favorite food.
Plantain.
So
plantain.
we're not talking about appetizers. Favorite food in the whole world. Plantain.
Do you realize plantain? I think I know 15 different ways to eat plantain.
Okay.
And this is across breakfast, lunch, dinner, brunch, snacks. Plantain.
You know what? I'm going to share something with the world who's watching about plantain. No.
Because I can have plantain with nuts.
No,
so it helps.
Listen, I wasn't even going to talk about how much you love nuts. Yeah. Right? I was going to talk about something else, about plantain.
Yeah.
And you know this because I shared this with you. Kelewele is a beautiful thing. And I want to thank you all for leaving the domain for me.
Oh, yes. Is you own kelewele.com, right?
Kelewele.com. I'm one of
should...
those guys. I'm crazy. We wake up in the middle of the night and buy domains. We do crazy stuff.
I think we should do something with that one, though.
No, we are. Okay. We definitely are going to do something.
Yeah.
And and what you just said in terms of 15 ways to make plantains, I'll share more with you. Okay, favorite food is that. Favorite artist, if you only can choose one artist in the whole world across musical genres, what artist is that?
Ooh. Lately, I'm just going to stick with what I've been listening to a lot lately and who I'm just fascinated by.
Give me one artist.
Buju.
Oh.
Yeah, he's really stolen it for me.
Driver. Don't stop at all.
So, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, no, not Banton.
No, Buju who?
Nigerian Buju.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Phoenix, and literally every other song that we sing now.
Got you. Oh, I thought this was
it would have been, no. That's because,
I
love
all
the
wrong.
the
She let me go.
No, because, I love
and
that.
I know you love reggae, so I thought.
Nah, but he's stolen
really?
it. Yeah.
Of all artists,
I'm in shock.
You get to choose one right now in the whole world.
And
you currently, wow.
I'm currently in shock about it. I do wake up in the morning and I do have a playlist that is mainly Buju at the moment.
Wow. Okay. I'm going to get into
it.
Favorite book or a book that's had a serious impact on your life?
The Art of Seduction.
The Art of Seduction. Tell
by
me
Robert
why.
Greene. Well, 48 Laws of Power was my first Robert Greene book, and that stole my heart for Robert, right? And luckily, I was able to meet him. And then when I met him one day, he told me that I'm one of the characters in The Art of Seduction. It's called a siren. And I didn't really get it, but he explained it to me live, and then I went back and I read the book, and I got it, because The Art of Seduction is mainly a business book, but people usually read it for more manipulative processes outside of business. But in actual fact, yeah, I just fell in love with that book, because suddenly I could see my clients, my business partners, you know, in this book, and I just suddenly, it like opened everything to me. I was like, oh, that's what I have to do next.
Right.
So,
Art of Seduction.
Art of
Okay.
Seduction.
Next, favorite sport.
I'm not really into sports, but when I
If
was,
you have
I
to
was an
choose
athlete,
one.
so track and field was my thing.
You were in track and field? Did I know that?
Last runner relay, 100-meter sprints, 1800-meter run, high jump, shot put, and
This was
Yeah.
this was high school, university?
yeah, high school till about 20.
Really? I didn't know that. I learned something new. Track and field.
Because my grandfather was like, he ran for Scotland in the Olympics or something.
Okay.
So when I was young, he just kept going, oh, you know, you should do athletics, you should do athletics. So yeah, I just did athletics.
Wow, I would have never guessed track and field. Dope. Last one is favorite place to vacation. This, you know, as you know, can be a place that you've already been or a place that you want to go. But this is a vacation.
Okay,
and
so
I always
this
have to
excludes
say
Ghana.
this. It doesn't exclude Ghana.
Okay.
But I just have to say this for people like us because
We don't know how to leave.
well, we don't know how to vacation
I know.
sometimes. Right? So this is your favorite place to vacation.
Okay, so the best vacation I've ever had was in Egypt.
Egypt.
Because at first I thought I was going there for the whole find my people, you know, pyramids and stuff. But then we got this amazing driver. He took us to this place. There was 7 pigeon. I was like, who eats pigeon? Okay, but it was interesting. Took us on a long drive to Alexandria. Stopped us off in like a bee farm. We got fresh honey. Got to Alexandria.
wow.
Like it was so much.
And
like
it was
an
a true
overload.
vacation.
It was literally a vacation. I had no laptops, no phone, just me and 2 of my friends, and the best driver. And Egypt became it for me because now even my driver in the UAE is Egyptian. Just Egyptian drivers are just the best. They just seem so enthused. And so he made Egypt like the best holiday ever.
The best place.
Yeah, he took me to meet his fam. Took us to meet his family, his friends. He was like, he was doing the
Everything.
most.
Wow.
Yeah, it was really nice.
That's our top 5. As you know, one of the reasons why we do top 5 is we want to get to know each other better. Like I've known this young lady here for a little while, but I've just learned something new about her that I had absolutely no idea existed. Track and field, like really, like word. Okay, now let's actually get into the interview.
Great things, yeah, around the world.
And we are back. Now let's dive into this interview. I told you I wouldn't tell you this young lady's name, but now I will. Today I'm interviewing Miss Tanisha Tego. Tanisha is someone who's become a really good friend and a business partner. She's actually the co-executive producer of Diaspora Link with me. And you won't normally get a chance to have the host interview the producer, but we different. We different. So today I actually wanted you all to meet her and interview her the way that I've interviewed everybody else, because I'm also inspired by her story, and I wanted her to share her story with you all because I think you'll also be inspired. Tanisha.
Thank you,
the homie.
Tane.
What's up?
I'm good.
All right. So we've done top 5.
We have.
We've done choices. Now, tell me about Tanisha Tego. Tanisha Tego is of Ghanaian descent heritage. You're a Ghanaian woman.
Yep.
Right? From the first day I've met you, you've been threatening me about the powers of a Ga woman,
Yes.
right? And that I need to act right and be right. So tell me a little bit about your history. Where were you born? Your family, and a little bit about how you were raised. And came
Okay, so I was born in Ghana to my parents and my family. And then they traveled extensively. So we lived in Zaria, Nigeria for a while. We went out to Europe, spent time with my grandmother. Then by about age 5, 6, we ended up in Maryland, living on a military base out in Severn. And that was
who was in the military?
my aunt, my mom's sister. So my mom has this passion about helping everyone. So I've got 4 brothers from my mom, and she just picked up me and my younger brother and just took us everywhere. If someone needed help, she was like, "I'm gonna come and rescue you, but I'm taking these kids."
Right.
So we did a lot of like moving around. So we went to see my aunt at that particular time. And we were there for a while, but for my 7th birthday, reaching up to my 7th birthday, I realized I just didn't like America. And I know that's really bad for me to say to you.
No, it's not. It's
Okay,
not,
good,
because I know a lot of people that
place.
this place. Sometimes I don't like America.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I think as a child, with the amount of countries I'd been to, it was just confusing because the dialogue felt opposite, you know?
What do you mean?
So, like, everywhere else I'd been, it was all about all the things you can do, you can be, you can do da-da-da-da-da. Everything was so positive. But with America, like, the television always had, like, bad news, like, proper bad news.
Okay.
And it wasn't, like, bad news from another country. It was, like, bad news from next door.
Got you.
So, like, as a child, I just felt like, this place is not safe.
Right.
This place is not open. I was in Girl Scout, and the girls were all great and stuff, but they just had, like, and for a child, believe me, like, I felt like they had an overinflated sense of, like, themselves because it didn't make sense. Everyone was telling everyone we could all be president one day. And I was like, we can't, we're kids.
Right.
Because, like, you know me, I'm very literal. So I was like, no, we can't.
And the reality of the situation is that everybody can't be.
Everybody can't be.
The
But everybody
idea
could.
that you can be who,
Yeah.
right, but everybody could.
Exactly, and of
Right.
course I aspire to be president
Right.
at some point or one day,
Right.
whether it's president of just a cookie shop or president of Ghana. I want the label, right?
Right.
So, but yeah, it just felt really off to me as a child, and also TV was weird. So like at that young age, I also had so much different experiences of television, TV in Ghana, Nigeria, UK, Europe, America. So I had different experiences, and American TV was okay, but you know what really worried me was those adverts, right? When they like advertise a thing that's going to save your life, and then like the random guy speaks at the end, he's like, may cause death, your eye to fall out, but you should buy it because only $599. I'm like, no. So as a child, I was like, these adverts are
That's
so weird.
interesting because that's pretty intuitive as a young person, as a child, to catch that.
Yeah.
Right, to catch those disclaimers at the end, like, wait a minute, I thought I was going to save my life, but you said.
Well, my dad's a doctor, so my dad never ever told anyone he was going to do something that might cause death. I mean, he probably
Okay.
warned them that, you know, don't do this because you could die, but he wasn't like giving out paracetamol that's saying they might cause death. And your adverts do that in America. You know, you guys, every
both
advert.
your dad and your mom of Ga heritage.
Yeah.
Both Ga.
Yeah, both Ga. But my dad's family has a lot of like Nigerian influences and participation.
Okay.
But my mum was born to her parents, who at the time was the paramount chief of, I can't remember the word to say it now, Sempe. Sempe is like the grounds within Accra and a bit around. He passed away a little while ago, a couple of years back. So yeah, so anyway, so I was born into that kind of mix. But age 7, I was in America. My mum was like, what do you want for your birthday? So I said, I want to go live with grandma. She was like...
At 7 years old, you realized that you didn't want to you didn't want to stay in America. So for your birthday, you asked to go to live with your grandmother, who was where?
In London.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'd been to her a few times. And
your mom gave you that wish?
Yeah, she wasn't happy. And at the time, I didn't get it. Like, I felt like she was really mean. But now as an adult, I'm like, oh my God, I was like, probably one of the most horrible thing a child could say to his parent, right?
That I want to go
live with someone else.
I want to go live with someone
I didn't even ask her. I wanted us to leave. I was quite specific about the fact that I wanted to do it.
And but you probably were very clear from having moved around a bit that you weren't asking your mom to leave where she wanted to be.
No, yeah, because she loved doing that stuff. I just wanted to be where I wanted
to be. Okay.
So she let me have that. I flew on KLM. Where the air hostess, I remember my Nintendo, like a Nintendo kind of Game Boyish toy. I had a couple of teddy bears, and I had a cute little pull bag. And then my aunts and all my family met me at the airport, and it was all love.
And so from 7 until?
Yeah, till whatever. I just stayed with my grandma. My mum kept flying back and forth, and she eventually joined us when I was a teenager.
Okay.
And then of course I had a child at 16. I got pregnant.
Okay, so. You coming from your family in Ghana, you went to the U.S., you went to the UK. When young women get pregnant at a young age, most of society says it's over for you.
Yeah.
Not only do they say it's over for you, there's a large judgment.
Exactly.
Right? Whatever happened is your fault because you have to carry the baby. So you went out and got pregnant.
Yeah, I got pregnant, yeah.
You went out and got pregnant.
Yeah.
The guy didn't do nothing.
No. Yeah, I was just me. Like, you know, Mary,
pregnant.
Immaculate Conception.
Right, you didn't get married.
Yeah.
So what was your family's reaction? What was their response to you getting pregnant? And was it something were you ashamed? Did you just, or were you just like, it is what it is, let me tell them?
So first of all, there was, for me personally, I mean, I didn't know I was pregnant for the first 23 weeks. So I had
23 weeks.
So like nearly 5 months pregnant.
Really?
Yeah. I had everything as normal. So I didn't actually know I was pregnant. We only found out I was pregnant because I was very sick at school, and then the teachers took me to the hospital. They did a whole bunch of tests, and eventually one genius said, how about a pregnancy test? And then it turned out I was pregnant.
Wow.
And I was 23 weeks. And I had to, of course, decide, they were told me that abortions couldn't happen after 25 weeks because it's illegal. So I was like, okay. So I just took a week to think about it. I've always been very strategic. I've always known that I need to figure out what I want to do first before I start announcing myself. Right. Mainly because I've got so many brothers who are quite overbearing. But also just because it's just always important to me that I'm good before I walk into something. Right. So I was like, I wanted to make sure. I did a lot of stuff like to research and figure things out or whatever, spoke to my teachers, went to the school counselor. And after a week, I was like, yeah, I'm going to have the baby. So I just waited another week. I told my mum after the deadline, after like the 25 weeks had passed, because what's the difference, a week is a week, isn't it? Right.
So that's when your mom found out?
Yeah, so I told her from school, I called her from the school phone to tell her I had something to tell her, because the journey from my house to school was like an hour 15, hour 20. So by the time she'd get to me, she'd already been
too late. When did you tell your grandmother?
Oh, no, I mean, come on. I told my mom on the phone, the whole world knew.
So you didn't tell your grandmother, you didn't have like a grandmother or aunt or somebody who you could confide in?
No. I mean, my grandma would have been who I confided in.
Okay.
But the thing is, we're Ghanaian. And so the gossip tree is fast. And strong.
So
it's like a flame. So I called from school, and by the time my mum had arrived, I'm sure everybody knew. In the deepest, darkest villages of any country, they all knew.
They all knew.
She was livid. But of course, we were at school, all these white people around. What are you going to do, Mom? You got to be calm. You got to be easy, Mommy. And like, of course, the school counselor was like, come, let's step into the room. Let's have a conversation about this. Make sure everything's okay and stuff.
Did she feel like you just ruined your future kind of thing?
No. So that's one of the good things. Okay. So the whole thing about telling her and that whole event was very, like, I orchestrated it to just to make sure that the question of abortion couldn't come up, right? As in an option. But after I told everyone, yeah, everyone had different responses, but in the most part, because of the nature of just the people in my family, how they are, how they've built themselves up, how they understand the world, everyone was actually the opposite. So at one point, my grandma said to me, so what are you going to be when you grow up now? And I was just like, a good mom. She was like, a what? She said, what are you going to be when you grow up? I was like, a big, good adult. Right. So I actually asked this question so many times until one day I actually had a good answer, which was about my job. I was like, I'm going to be an entrepreneur. I'm going to have businesses. I'm going to work in education. And so she said, good, because you don't go around thinking that a mum is a job. Like, that's what you do. People, you could do that in your sleep.
Say that one more time.
She was like, don't go around thinking being a mum is a job, because you can do that when you're asleep. My grandma.
Your grandmother.
She didn't want me to think that just because I was pregnant and having a child, that was now my occupation. She was like, don't
you
get
can
confused.
Still have a life.
No,
you can
you
still
better.
be great.
You
better. Not you can. You better. So take me from you being pregnant and your son, whose name is?
Tyreek. He's 20 now.
Tyreek, who's 20, who you talk about a lot, who I know you love very dearly. Love him to bits. So how do you get from being in school, pregnant at 16, to being a dean at a university level? Talk me through your educational journey from having the baby. Did you have to like drop out, catch up? Like where? One, tell me about the actual journey.
Okay.
And then just give me, where was your source of encouragement and energy? Where did it come from?
Well, it's just my grandma. It's my grandma. Okay. So my grandma was an educator and an entrepreneur. Okay. She owns New Hope School. It's in Kolebu. Okay. That goes from nursery to senior secondary school. So I always saw her doing that kind of entrepreneurial educator kind of role. So she was my main inspiration. But yeah, so with getting pregnant and being at school, I just went to school like normal. Then one day they turned around, they were like, oh, you know, she can't come to school anymore, she's pregnant. My grandma was like, she's pregnant, she's not stupid. And then these teachers were naive, they didn't understand my grandmother, so they continued to persist. So I don't know how she did it, but she managed to get the government to fund the teachers that teach me to leave school and come to the house to teach me at the house. So everyone at school lost maths teacher in maths class and stuff, like one lesson a week. And then she got me this amazing tutor, this blind guy, and he was teaching me English lit. And I'm dyslexic, right? So it's just my relationship with words is just awkward and different. And this blind man knew every single word in every single book and was telling me when I was reading it wrong. And in the beginning, we had a very difficult relationship because I would get very annoyed with him because in my eyes were telling me that's what I was seeing. And I know he can't see it. And he was saying he's not seeing it.
A blind tutor for a dyslexic person is an interesting combination.
So between him and her, my grandma and this guy, I can't remember his name right now, Anthony, but I can't remember his surname. Like between the two of them, I was like, no, I can never complain about being a mum, being disabled, being this, being that. I can complain about nothing. Like, it's not even going to run.
Right.
I did extremely well in my GCSEs. I got all the top grades in every single thing you could. And in maths, I got even 100% and a special certificate from the examination body. I bossed it. And then I was there. I had a baby, and I continued studying. I did quite a few A-levels. So we have A-levels in the UK. So I did.
So what are A-levels?
So they're the thing before university that you do to get the credits for university.
Okay.
So with high school, secondary school, you get the credits to go to college, or you can stay on like an extra 2 years of a version of college in your secondary school.
Okay.
But because I'd already had a child and I'd left, I was like, I'm not going back there. Like, I've grown out of that thing. So I went to college. And I studied psychology, sociology, critical thinking, maths, business, and media as A-levels. 3 of them as A2s, which is only 1 year, and then 3 of them as full.
Got you.
And I went to film school. But along the way, I would always talk to people. You know, I love talking to people, telling them about what I want to do, and asking them what they think I should do to be able to get myself there.
Right.
I think I'm very good at, I think that's the way I should say, I'm very good at making people aware of my shortcomings and where I need their help, or where I would like their help. I've been,
and that's a place where a lot of people struggle.
Exactly.
That's a place where a lot of people struggle, is to be able to identify your own shortcomings and areas of improvement and where you need help.
Exactly.
To be better.
Yeah.
We're going to take a small break, and then we're going to come back to discussing your educational prowess to becoming a dean of a university, and then let's talk about how you got back to Ghana, because so far you left Ghana at an early age, America, London. Let's talk about what made you actively choose to come back to Ghana.
Perfect.
We're going to be right back. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent, their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkragroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkragroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. Welcome back. We are here with Tanisha Tago. Let's get back into the interview. So, you're obviously one of those people who are naturally talented educationally, right? Not to take away anything from anybody else, any of your teachers, your parents, your DNA, but there was a natural talent in you that allowed you to be able to have a lot of success, absorb information, absorb knowledge, regurgitate it. So eventually you went to school, you got your degree, and then you went to
Well,
graduate
first,
school.
actually, no.
What? Okay.
So first I was a film and television producer. I went to film school.
You went to film school.
I worked on quite a lot of film and TV projects. I was
Okay.
the BET UK producer.
So BET UK producer. Okay.
So like a lot of the It's My Thing, you know, BET has those It's My Thing
Wait a
segments.
minute. Did you include all of this on your resume when I was interviewing you
No.
for producer for this?
No.
So I must have been so in tune and smart that I just knew. Is that what
Yeah.
it was?
Yeah, you must have.
Okay.
Because I
So
remember when you asked me, I was like, and I said to you, Diallo, I'm not sure about this, but then I was like, okay, whatever. He doesn't know,
BET
so.
UK.
Yeah, BET UK, but also like cinematic films. I've
Okay.
made documentaries like The Story of Lovers Rock. I've worked on massive blockbusters in the UK like Adulthood. There's loads of stuff. Even music videos. For example, everyone loves the Azonto video, right?
Right.
But few people realize it's my video. It's on my channel. When you watch Azonto video, there's a cartoon of me. I produced that.
Really?
Yeah.
I need to go back and check
You
that.
need to go back and check that. Sark,
So that
yeah, all of those
YouTube,
guys.
that Azonto YouTube video
is
is on
a
your
channel called Tanisha Tago with the 40-something million views, 30-something million views. That's fine.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
because
crazy.
there was a point in time where I was moving away from television into the internet space.
Okay.
YouTube had come up, and I hadn't yet, and they didn't have content ID, they didn't have like monetization processes, so it was like super early to the game, and I hadn't figured out exactly what I wanted to do yet. But the partner I was with at the time, he loved dancing, and he had this like these masks in the back of the car all the time. So we already came up with the concept of Afro mask, like. I'd pick songs and they'd dance to it and they'd upload it on YouTube, see how it went. And it went viral every time, like hundreds of thousands of views every time.
Right.
And we'd actually planned that particular video to be for Sarkodie, the one that became Azonto. And Sark ended up doing another video somewhere else. And a friend of mine, Ricky Davis, told me about this guy she knew called Michael. Michael, of course, became Fuse. And we'd never met or anything, but he was really eager to have that done with the song, because I think at the time it had been shelved. He'd made it a while back, but nothing had really happened.
Right.
And we had a whole choreographed dance routine. We had a whole plan.
Right.
So we were like, yeah, cool. And then he jumped on, went along to the shoot with the guys. He also filmed some bits on his camera as well, sent me some shots. Yeah, and put together the video.
Wow.
And that was Azonto. Went viral overnight. The boy lost his mind. He thought I deleted the video for it. But back in the day when YouTube videos went viral, there were a few signifiers, right?
Right.
One, the video looked like it was gone. To you, if you're like a regular viewer, it looked like it was gone. Or two, it was stuck on like 301 views. I think 301 views is the most popular version where you know you're viral now. And it was like this for a couple of days. So he didn't know what was going on. He thought I was like stalling his video, but really the video was blowing. And then one day, a few days later, we look on, finally it just said 1.5 million views or something like that. And I was like, I told you that was the problem. Because I'd seen things go viral so much.
Right. But it's interesting because even from the US, Azonto was probably, and I'm gonna be bold enough to say this without having as much Afrobeat or Afrobeats history, but Azonto was probably the breakout Afrobeat song that really started and pushed this wave of Afrobeats that's happening now.
Yeah.
Because of the dance.
Well, it was not just Azonto. So the thing is, it was actually Sarkodie, You Go Kill Me. And Sark was doing a lot of media work traveling, because we even he came to the UK, we put him on Tim Westwood, a lot of stuff, put him on Radio 1. So You Go Kill Me was the song that was supposed to be the Azonto video song.
Okay.
But then at the same time, we had this great other song, Azonto, and he already had the video. So it was kind of like both of them, I think.
But
because You Go Kill Me was also big.
From
Sark
the
was doing it
American
very well.
side, it was the dance.
It was yes.
It was the Azonto dance that, in that video of the dance that
dances,
took people,
exactly.
when people started to say, oh, Afro beats. Well, what's the difference between Afro beats and Afrobeat? That's when people kind of started to see, oh, well, Afrobeat is political, Afro beats is this.
And it's funny you should mention that. My company was called Afrobeats Limited at the time when I produced that. Exactly.
Okay, so you music videos, documentaries, films, you did that.
Yeah.
So how did you go from there to academia?
Yeah, so my grandma just kept saying, and when will you go to school? I was like, but grandma, you watch my shows, you watch my films, like you see me in places.
Grandparents and older people in your family, they don't care about nothing unless you go to school.
Like school. As I went to film school, I have certificates. No. When we were
you were playing games.
Yeah.
You didn't go to school.
Like, you didn't. So in London, we were in London at the time, and I was in a place called Greenford. I can't remember why I was there, but I remember I was in a place called Greenford, and there was this university there called GSM London, and I was walking past, and I was like, oh, yeah. So I walked in. Oh yeah, I remember because my friend had lived next door. So I walked in, and I just asked them, what's the most difficult degree program you have here? Because the thing with being dyslexic is that it drove me away from formal studies. It really did, from an emotional kind of confidence perspective, because I always thought I'm not going to be able to do it. So at that point, I just decided if I'm going to uni, I'm just going to go hard. Just going to do the hardest course they have in the uni, and that's it. I asked them, they said oil and gas management with business. I said, okay, fine. How do I sign up? I signed up, and that was it. They just started.
And you did well, obviously,
I got a first class. Got a first class in that. So I got a first class because what I used to do is I used to teach my colleagues, because as the dyslexic person, we learn better when we teach something, even if we don't know it.
Okay. Okay.
So I would learn, have a class, and then a few of my colleagues would always promise to come and do a study time with me after. We all got firsts together, so that was lovely, like our little study group. But yeah, I did that. Then the university hired me because one of the teachers, Maurice, had seen me
prior
teaching.
to you graduating?
Yeah, like literally like a month before the final dissertation deadline, they were already like, yeah, Tanisha, we want you to come and work with us when you finish, which was lovely. And yeah, so I became something called a teaching fellow. Now, the whole way through, I'd always been teaching, by the way, just so you know, like I'd always had little teaching jobs, with the local government, local council, whatever. But this was my first time teaching in higher education in universities, which is very hard to get into. So the teaching fellowship was like the perfect door in, and it was created in this uni by a lady called Christy, who became like my hero / arch nemesis, because we're both very strong personalities, and I'm like the bottom of the food chain and she was the dean. Gotcha. And then we were just always finding each other like. But yeah, I did that for a while. Did an MBA, specialized in educational leadership and management. And then I began my PhD journey, cybersecurity of smart energy grid systems. And you're currently still on your PhD
journey?
I'm doing that third year now, yeah. So in the whole kind of academic journey that I was continuing, of course, every new thing I studied, every new time I got better, I just got promoted. So I just got in this thing where I was always promoted in January and August, to the point where my teaching fellow colleagues...
Middle of the year, top of the year.
Exactly. And it was just coming at me. And then my teaching fellow colleagues, they weren't really feeling it like I was feeling academia. So after a while, I just thought, you know, let me leave them, because people say, you know, there's not enough black people in academia, there's not enough black deans. But you know what I saw? I saw that people don't really want it. I mean, I wanted the top because my grandma was insistent that I do something that she can recognize. She only recognizes things at the top. So for me, I needed to keep going. So I was like, you know, let me leave them. And that's how the journey to being dean came. Like, I have a rule. I do a job for like 3 to 6 months, and if the 6-month line comes and I'm not like super in love, I just start going for the next job if I haven't already been offered promotion. So there's only so many levels to go through before you get to dean. So literally, it's like teaching fellow, lecturer, module leader, head of the program leader, head of department. Then there'll be some managerial word or something like that, and then this is associate dean, and I'm associate dean. So
I haven't heard you mention or say that you ran into any roadblocks because you're a woman. I haven't heard you mention racism, white supremacy. There are a lot of things that are valid, and I'm not saying that people are complaining and you're not. These are valid things that that prevent us from being great a lot of times. And it's just interesting that a young African woman from Ghana, US, London, child at 16, you're still raising your son as you're doing all of these things, of course, with a strong homeschooled your son, of course, with a strong network and support with your grandmother, your mother, and having this in your family. Did you have those instances, being number one, being a black woman, right? And well, being a black woman, which a lot of times they say is double the challenge. Did you run into any of those things that?
So I think I run into them so often I'm like desensitized. Like I'm always offending someone, putting someone off, making them feel awkward. You know, like I'm over it. Like one thing that I'm really glad about from my upbringing with my grandma was like she didn't really accept when my excuse was someone else made me feel away, or someone else, or it was because of someone else. She was always very insistent that I take ownership, and I'm very much the same with my son. Actually, I think I'm the same with everything. It's all about taking ownership. So criticism of me and the realities of who I am, like it doesn't really bother me. So if someone's like, "Oh my gosh, you're black," I'm like, I really don't get the point that you're making here. Or, "Oh, you can't do that because you're a woman." I literally don't understand the point that you're making here. So I'm just going to continue what I'm doing, and eventually I think you'll figure yourself out. And at that point, we'll just stay friends.
But how do you maneuver in those situations where it's not just somebody pointing out that you're black or you're a woman, but it's somebody putting a blockade or something in place? Is it just a matter of, it's a block, let me figure out how to get around it, through it, or over it, and that's it?
I'm super unfazed.
Where and how in your history did being a Ghanaian woman
Help.
mean something to you? And the reason why I say that is because I know when I first met you, we were in our early conversations, and you kept saying, "I'm a Ga woman." Like, maybe, like you kept reminding me. I'm like, I'm from Trenton, and so, like, and what's that mean? But you said it with such passion that it means something to you.
It does.
So when along your journey did that like really sink in of what being a Ga woman means?
So I was literally the first granddaughter born after like I think over 10 grandsons.
Okay.
So when I was born, my dad's mum was first, like my first memory of someone like really overpowering. She was an African traditionalist belief system. So she'd explain to me like all our Ghanaian kind of like mummy water, all of our kind of like bits that are more traditionalist beliefs. Quite a lot. She's really into like meditating. She's into like this whole different world of being a person. And we're from Jamestown, right? So, okay, our house is in Mampobi, but we're from Jamestown. So we got family houses in Jamestown. So growing up, something like Jamestown was very normal for me. And just like my people there, they really like, they hustle hard, like they move hard. And I'll meet people from Jamestown anywhere, you know? So I think being from there, having her first was like the first kind of foot in that I could survive most things because not really much else left when you can already survive on the minimal, right? And that's literally. And then of course going to my mum's world when I was 7 and being with her most often, that gave me the strong Ghanaian woman mentality because my grandma, she would always warn someone before she fucked them over. Like she'd be like, listen, you're about to annoy me. You're about to
That's a warning.
Just a warning, okay, which I always didn't really understand at the time because I was like, if you're gonna do it, just do it, innit? Like, why would you give someone a warning? But now, as an adult, I really realized that whole kind of, the reason I always go on about being a Ghanaian woman is because we have a limit and we're extremely expressive. And I think, you know, all the different tribal groups around the world probably have their stereotypes, but yeah, so like my grandma, she was so strict on the UK side, right? And so serious, very rooted in our culture. And of course her husband was the paramount chief. So I was, you know, I had to do all these like chief and know all this chief and queen mother behaviors and how to behave at this point and that point and what to do this here. So I got a lot of our traditional kind of ways of being Gans. I got that really gifted to me. And I think along the way, it's always been part of every single thing that I do. Like I remember one of my first like proper boyfriends when I actually realized what I'm supposed to be, like, what a boyfriend's supposed to be. He was a Jamaican guy called Jason. We're still good friends now. And I was so into being an African woman. I'd always tell guys if they wanted to date me, like, listen, I'm an African woman. I listen to African music in my house. As the African music in my house was just the first thing, just so you're aware. And I made this man fall in love with "Allow Me to Kiss Your Hand." You know that one? He would blast that thing in the car. There's a Jamaican guy in it. So he'd play Bashment, and then the next track would be, and all his friends would be like, where are you getting all this African music? But I was so into just the fact that I'm African. Like, I don't know everything about what it means, but I know that if you don't appreciate or like that, then you've got no space with me. And so back to the whole thing about roadblocks, I just feel like there is this a lovely kind of sense of self-assurance and black privilege that combined were gifted to me. So from the position of self-assurance, like I am, like, child or no child, I still have a learning disability. I do have a learning disability. So that kind of self-assurance plus the black privilege has just never really allowed me to let anything not go the way I want. I'm good with the journey.
It's there to be gone through, over or around.
Exactly, and I'm a strategist. So all of those things just offer me opportunities to be more strategic.
So so now you're in Ghana, right? I know that your company Apples and Pears, you have an office in the UK, you have an office in Dubai, UAE, and you've done a lot of work in terms of helping other entrepreneurs. You have a lady entrepreneurship camp.
Club and camp.
You have a lady entrepreneurship club. You have a boot camp for entrepreneurs. You've been in Forbes, CNN, like you know, and so I think it was really important for us to go through the early part of your life to land here, right? Because right now you're in Ghana by choice. You could be in the UK, you could be in the UAE. If you want, you could probably leave tomorrow, right? why are you in Ghana? Like, why now are you coming back here? And is it like, you know what? Well, why was it important, or was it important for you to come back here?
So so my father passed away February last year, and
Rest in peace.
so, exactly, he's good. I know he's good because he keeps meddling in some stuff. Like the other day, we need to have a meeting. He's one of the ancestors now, using his powers. But he passed away last February. So I came back around March, April time to support and sort out funeral things, and that was really emotionally taxing. And then I just ended up staying longer, and I actually left the last associate dean job I was at the time there, around that time. So I just came, and I was just here till like May, and then I went back to the UAE because I needed to sort out bits for my bank account and just things, because now I lived there. I did that for I think a month, and I came back, and then I was invited to speak out again in the UAE, so I flew out for a week, and I came back like in August, and I was like, why am I keeping coming back? Like, I don't even live here. The country I keep flying to for a week is where I'm resident. Like, I'm going back to fix bills and fix things. I'm supposed to go home.
And then coming back to Ghana.
I keep coming back to Ghana. And of course in Ghana I'm homeless. Well, I was homeless at the time because, so I was like, okay, I need to fix this. Of course we got working. I met a lot of really amazing people. And I think what Ghana offered me from August till about December was a lot of therapy that I really needed. I was definitely a daddy's girl, and really strongly rooted in my grandma, my grandfather, and my dad, who all passed away like within a year or two of each other, with my dad being the last, over the last 5 years. And I was just losing reasons to be here, so I was never going to choose to go to Ghana because it felt like every reason I had to go to Ghana was like going every year. But the new relationships I built here, they just did things, they just made me feel so good or so solid. They challenged me, they questioned me, and eventually I just felt like actually Ghana has every single thing I like in a place. Sun, sea, good people, plantain. It just has everything I like. Why would I leave?
Right.
So I just started winding down what I was doing in the UAE, building up a new kind of infrastructure for the company. So it just had a global approach, because of course it started as a UK company. I never had intentions for it to be international. And then I just started working from that position, and that position, once you find your lane, everything just fits.
Right. So and Ghana is the center of the world.
Ghana is the center.
Ghana is the gateway to Africa.
Seriously.
So now is the perfect time for us to play Africa in 60, since Ghana is the gateway.
Yes, it is.
Since Ghana is the gateway to the rest of the African continent, Africa in 60. You have 60 seconds to name as many African countries as possible. 3, 2, 1, go.
Ghana, Lesotho, Togo, Abidjan, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, Mali, Morocco, Somalia, Sudan, South Sudan, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Rwanda and Burundi, to be fair. Guinea-Bissau, Cote d'Ivoire. Did I say Cote d'Ivoire?
No, you said Abidjan. You said Abidjan. But I let it slide because, but go ahead. But now you said the country.
But now also thinking about the islands, our little islands. I'll remember them in a second. Okay, where am I? Then we have something central. So DRC. Swaziland, still called Swaziland. There you go.
Take it.
South Africa. I'm good.
We got more time.
I thought you were saying I thought you were nodding out. Okay. I don't know why I can't think of anything else.
Okay, done. You got about 25. That was good. You got about 25. You got about 25. You was ready to stop. Like, okay, that's not. What you talking about? We got 10 more seconds here. We gonna finish this out. We gonna finish this out. Okay.
But also, I don't want to. I'm glad I only got 25 because I think our winners was so good that if I beat our winners, I'd be able to.
Yeah, no. But.
So I'm glad I got a good, respectable number.
You know what? I've thought about. I was like, somebody is going to pull up on me one day and be like, Africa in 60. How many can you name? Like,
actually,
I'm gonna start studying. No, I'm not doing. We ain't doing that. That's what we're not doing. So, okay, so you're in Ghana.
Yes.
Right? You kept coming back here. Ghana has everything that you want in a place to be. Is it important You know, is Africa important? You know, is Africa important to you? Is Africa important to entrepreneurs in your life, your lessons, your world affairs?
Yeah.
Or is it just another place?
No. Africa, like literally, it's all about Africa. In fact,
Okay.
from the UK, from the position of when they started to Brexit, we knew they were going to need to look to Africa for a lot of their agricultural needs. We knew Europe was going to come towards Africa more. China's already been trying to come towards Africa. In fact, China's the biggest beneficiary of AFTA, which most people don't even consider. The West, the Americas, whatever, they've always been into Africa. And everyone that's not into Africa, they're just not into Africa because the marketing tells them to stay away. And that marketing is done by their own people, just who are too greedy and don't want everybody joining.
Right.
So Africa is it, right? I don't see my place in me being in Ghana as me being only in Ghana. I do see it as me being in Africa on the continent. I wish that there was a lot more free travel across without having to stop at places like Kenya. I wish we could just go where we want to go, but it's fine for now. I do also wish that the travel expenses weren't so expensive for Africans to go to Africa, but it's okay. We'll do good for now.
Inter-Africa travel, we already know. We talk about this. To go to neighboring countries, tickets are $1,000, $800 for a 2-3 hour flight.
Well, you know, someone was saying to me that I think either it's Ghana and Nigeria or Ghana or Nigeria is like one of the most valuable routes for like BA. So, you know, a lot of these airlines are just making money off of us because we do have money. They just make it look like we're in poverty, but the prices they be charging us.
They make
you
money
could go from
off
New York to, I don't know, LA on $54 or Nevada at least on $54.
Yeah, less than $100, maybe on average $200-300.
And I can't get from here to Togo for that price.
No, here to Togo is about or about the same price, which is an hour away. Definitely here to Senegal, here to Sierra Leone, here to, you know, and you can probably get from here to East Africa for less than you can get from here to other West African countries. We got to find out what's up with ECOWAS. They need to get their act together. They definitely do.
So, I mean, that's why I'm here. I'm here because I definitely want to be in the African continent. Of course, I'm really proud to be in Ghana. I'm proud as a Ghanaian, but I love a lot of African places. I love Zimbabwe. I love Mozambique. I love South Africa. Not sure whether Egypt has decided whether or not they're with us, but I'm loving my Egyptians.
Egypt is a part of Africa.
It is a part
it's people on the outside who keep trying to take Egypt from us. You know why? Because they want to say that we didn't create the pyramids. So they want to take Egypt away to continue the narrative that some aliens came down and built the pyramids and Africans are not great. These idiots.
That's why we stay unfazed. We stay
The
unfazed.
day I meet a smart racist, I'll shut up. But most racists just aren't smart. You guys are stupid. Like, the things you say and do don't even make any sense. Like, you know.
It's true. But yeah, so Egypt is another one. But yeah, and I'm really curious about a lot of places. Sierra Leone, Senegal.
Right.
Congo I really want to go to.
Right.
So yeah, I'm just happy to be here. The continent is where it is. And for entrepreneurs, this is a very good place to be because in one sense, it's fertile ground, but in another sense, it's actually very advanced.
Yes.
And if we just look at how China has managed to benefit so much from the free trade agreements, that alone tells you that there is an advanced level of business that we need to get into in terms of import, export, packaging, in terms of even like pricing strategy.
It's all here.
It's all here. It's all ready. And there's so many, and also, of course as well, our transaction processes, like our payment processes like Momo and stuff, give us that exclusivity from Visa and MasterCard that we don't really need them for.
Exactly.
Right? So there's a lot to be done. There's a lot to be done. Once the tech people get their act in order and start figuring out how we can do all of those things, the financial transactions, you know, from here to Kenya, and I'm paying in cities, they're receiving it in theirs, we're good.
Have you made the solid commitment to be a part of this future of Africa to the world?
Yeah.
You're here. Like, this is you've because I know, because even though you might still go back to UAE, you still might go back to UK, but now that you found you coming back and didn't know why you was coming back and you're here, do you see that I'm probably going to be in Ghana? Like, I'm going to be in Ghana. I'm going to be in Africa.
Yeah. I mean, so with Apples and Pears, our mission is to support 30,000 businesses by 2030.
Okay.
And what we do is we help people to start, build, grow, and sell businesses. So any of those methods is fine. I'm definitely focusing us more. We've got clients across 18 countries, but I'm definitely trying to focus more on the African continent and boosting the number of countries from Africa. I would love to be able to say in 10 years that the majority of our portfolio is African grown or started businesses, but that they are internationally trading, that they're internationally known, you know, a few IPOs, like that's what the goal is for me now. And I want that to happen from the African continent. Because I think with age, I'm just getting a little bit more kind of overprotective of Africa and Africans. You know, I don't want to say patriotic because you can't be patriotic to the continent.
I got you.
But you
well,
know,
you
like,
can.
You can? I don't want to confuse people and make them think Africa's a country. You
no,
know?
no. So the reason why I say you can, because being from the U.S., somebody like me who traced my DNA to find myself, I always say I am a child of all of Africa.
Okay, exactly.
I mean, which is,
same.
you know, I'm a child of all of Africa. Like, even though I've been able to trace here, and you know that you are Ghanaian, but you can still decide for no other reason other than because you have decided that you are a child of all of Africa,
exactly.
And you're patriotic for all of Africa.
Yeah, and I am.
Right.
And the older I grow, the more I am. I mean, I started off, I studied Black history like ages ago, Robin Walker, and I was really into this whole like Black everything. I met Black Panther members, I did the whole thing. But yeah, just as I've grown, I've just realized actually I probably will retire in Africa. I mean, look, my son's 20, so I'm an empty nester. So if I'm going to be an empty nester anywhere in the world, why will I not do that in the African continent?
Right.
So that was kind of like the first reason why I was like Africa, like it's just all about that. But secondly, because the most potential is here, right? So
youngest continent.
It's the youngest
all
continent.
the natural resources, the best weather.
The best minds.
The best minds, the best energy, the best vibe, Charlie.
All of it.
Ghana enjoyment capital of the world, Charlie.
And you know, I'm trainee chief enjoyment officer. So until I get my full badge. No, but like for real, like I love soft life in the day, enjoyment in the night. Like Ghana and the African continent gives it all to me safely.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
With respect. Like I feel like I can do anything and achieve anything from the continent. So those are the reasons why, yeah, I'm rooting myself here, and I definitely think entrepreneurs should as well.
So this is our final episode of Diaspora Link.
It is.
Right? We have successfully done all 20, and we saved you. I said to save the best for last.
Thank you.
So why don't you tell everybody on a scale of 10 to 20, with 10 being incredible and 20 being unexplainable, just how good has it been working with me on this show?
So if 10 is incredible and 20 is inexplainable.
Right, if 10 is incredible, like how just...
I mean, in the most part, working with Diallo has been pure perfection, and I'll say that because I like variety, I like a bit of spice, I like comedy, I like joking around, but I also love travel, I love meeting new people, seeing new things, hearing new things, and we do that.
Right.
So as you working with you, it's probably like more like a 30.
Hey, look at you.
You're welcome.
Look at you.
You're welcome.
Look at you.
It is probably more like
say 30 one more time. No, I'm joking. No,
but it really is, because the thing with being a producer and producing content is technically it's very technical.
Right.
Like it doesn't it doesn't need to matter to me who you are, who's behind the camera.
I want to shout out two people. Kevin Swain, Chris White. These are two gentlemen who showed me what it means to have a technical team and what it means to be an executive producer, right? These are two people who I listened to, experts in their field, who told me, shut up, go do your job as an executive producer. I'm the director, film, I know what I'm doing. I'm the sound guy, I know what I'm doing. You go, get out our way, like you're in our way. Yeah. When I met you, and I asked, who are you? You said, what did you tell me, fairy?
I'm a fairy. I'm a psychic fairy.
You're a psychic fairy.
But I am a psychic fairy,
right.
You know that.
You told me you were a psychic fairy, and I was like, okay, but when I met you and I saw you, it's interesting because I looked and I just said, like, you weren't dressed particularly spectacular, or it was an average day, you know. And I was like, who is her? Who is this? Like, I felt that you were different, and I felt that we were kindred spirits. And I came up to you and I asked you, who are you? And you said, psychic fairy. And I love that response. And then one of the other things that really attracted me to work with you and find out more about who you are is you said something very clear in the open about, I talk to my shrines all the time or something. And I haven't found a lot of people who openly speak about ancestral veneration, communication, even in a joking somebody who you just met, because it scares a lot of people away. It's spooky. And I'll say that I'm very happy that I've had an opportunity to meet you and work with you here, as well as to learn more about apples and pears. I will say that you have helped me to step my game up professionally in a number of ways, and I absolutely enjoy working with you. And as much as I absolutely enjoy working with you. but I'm sure you enjoy working with me more because I just have to say that.
I was like, what's he gonna, is he gonna cry? Is he gonna say something silly? That's
No,
what
I'm
I was
not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. But no. But no, seriously. So let's end this. We've gone a little longer than all of the other interviews. I mean, I asked you to join me on a journey that we were beginning with GhanaWeb, and this is the end of our first season. What made you say this is the project I want to work on? Or because people come to you all the time, right? And you have other opportunities, but you say, you know what? I'm gonna take my time to do this. I believe in this.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of the obvious, what? Like you like he's a trick.
Yeah.
So now y'all actually get to see how we are off camera. This is the real Diallo. Well, no, seriously.
Like,
what made you? What made you say this is important?
Well, firstly, from a production perspective, the day that, of course, we were talking about this, we happened to already be around the crew who's now actually are our crew.
Right.
And I could feel their competence. It was very obvious that they knew what they were doing. When the concept of the show was shared, it was instantly like, Diallo has to do that. Like, you have to do that. That makes so much sense. It's perfect for you. And I think it's just a combination of like the GhanaWeb team are clearly very competent in everything that they do. You're extremely competent in everything that you do. And I'm competent in everything I do. Sometimes
Perfect formula. Perfect
it's
formula,
a perfect,
right?
so
Everything works together.
It was kind of like, Diallo should have a show. It should be on GhanaWeb.
Right.
And of course, then you remember I went into how it should look. And I obsessed about that for like a month or two.
Right.
Production values and stuff, remember? But once we got there, it was just so obvious this is what the world needed. And the moment we launched and released the first episode, like the feedback, right? Perfect. It's exactly what I could feel when I thought about the combination of things. And that's why it was easy to pick this. There are, of course, other projects where people might have more budget or more this or more that. But getting that energy right, I think after all my different experiences as a producer, that I can tell straight away when something's the right thing to do, whether or not it's high ticket.
And we actually, like, I get a lot of feedback from people who are like, thank you.
Exactly.
Right? A lot of it is just gratitude, like, I need this.
Yeah.
You know, and I know that by the time people get a chance to view this episode, they would have seen all 19. And for me, it was really important that people get to hear your story too.
Thank you.
So not just a producer, but for people to be able to see that it's not just me sitting up here hosting. You know what I'm saying?
There's
Being from the diaspora, but our team is people of the diaspora who believe in this and what we're doing.
Yeah.
I want to say thank you for joining me on this journey.
Thank you.
We want to tell everybody that season 2 is coming. Season 2 is going to be amazing. We will be continuing to bring you Diaspora Link with different looks, feels, and flavors.
Getting out of the studio a little bit.
Getting out of the studio. You know today was special because I wore my, I had to give y'all this for the last one for Tanisha. So thank you. Thank you, Tanisha.
Thank you. It's been really good.
We're going to be right back. we're just gonna do like a little flash thing, and then we're gonna bring the whole team up because we want you all to see the team that's worked with us from GhanaWeb. We want to put everybody on camera. It's a little bit different. I wish I had a bottle of champagne to pop just because it's significant that we completed our first season, and we want you to see everybody who's helped to make this happen so you can see their face and we can thank them on camera too. So,
you're doing great things around the world.
From all of us here at the Diaspora Link team at GhanaWeb, we wanted you to see that there are real human beings behind the cameras and in the offices working together. This is our whole team. We wanted you to see everybody's face. We want to personally say from Tanisha and I, thank you to everybody here for a successful first season of Diaspora Link. We look forward to season 2. And, you know, what do we all say together? Do we like say Madasi? Do we all say hamburger, cheeseburger?
I say plantain.
Should we say plantain? Okay, so we're going to say plantain since which absolutely makes no sense, but we'll do it. On the count of 3, we all say plantain. Then we'll say Madasi. Is there a GhanaWeb theme song or something we do? Okay. 1, we're going to say plantain, y'all. People need to know that we're really crazy. 1, 2, 3. Plantain. You see how this? Hey, Madasi, everybody. We don't have a proverb for today. However, we will end this show by saying we know what unity and teamwork looks like. And this is what it is. So we hope that you've enjoyed this first season of GhanaWeb, all 20 episodes. Please go back, replay, rewatch, share your favorite moments, and we will see you on season 2. Peace, everybody. Boza!
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is your most informative socio-political program you can find online. We give you all the facts and updates on issues that matter to you. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. In this edition, we are going to discuss a very important subject matter that affects the cross-section of Ghanaians. That's sickle cell disease. What is the sickle cell disease? How is it treated? What are all the issues surrounding the sickle cell disease in Ghana? We have some sickle cell disease advocates in our studio. They are going to tell us more about the disease and also how best we could create a very conducive environment for those who are affected by it in the country. We'll be right back and we'll introduce them and discuss more about this topic after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Our guests, as we said earlier, for this important discussion are Dr. Enam Sefako Bankas. She's the Managing Director of Sickle Life, and also Nanaisi Duka Makmate. She's the founder of Sickle Cell Awareness Initiative. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you.
I like your shirts, quite bright red. It matches with our new sets.
It does.
Indeed, this is not the set we use, but today we're trying to change things a bit.
It looks good.
Yes. So, Dr. Enam Sefako Bankas, I will start with you. We know sickle cell is a very important subject in Ghana, and a lot of people have a lot of misconceptions about sickle cell. But if you can tell us, what's the population of people who are affected by the sickle cell disease in Ghana, if you have that figure?
Okay, thank you very much. So, unfortunately, we don't do a lot of research about this condition in Ghana and even globally. However, we know that about 500,000 people live with sickle cell disease in Ghana, and data suggests that 2% of newborns born in this country have sickle cell disease. So that amounts to 15,000 babies born with sickle cell disease every year in this country. And to make it more real for us, we need to understand that every 1 in 3 people in this country have the sickle cell trait. What that means is that you have the capacity or the ability to pass on the trait to your children. So it's very important that we talk about sickle cell disease, because with this information, we know that the prevalence is high, and so there's a large number of people who have this condition, and there's also a large probability of passing on this condition to our children. That's why we need to talk about it.
As a Managing Director of Sickle Life, I know you reach out to people who are living with sickle cell disease. How many do you have in your circle?
Oh. So currently we have a support group that has over 250 people actively on that page, and that's just because of the limitations of WhatsApp.
Yes.
But then other than that, we also have a lot of people in the communities that we go to, that we engage with, and then we have people who are not able to utilize WhatsApp platforms, who we also engaging with through our support group members in the communities. But just on WhatsApp, we have 250 people, and then we have others on other social media platforms.
Then let me come to Nanesi. You are the founder of Sickle Cell Awareness Initiative. Do you also have a support group?
Yes, we do.
How many are you?
I would say our reach is in the thousands, just because we don't take advantage of just traditional channels, digital channels. We do a lot of direct targeting, and a lot of our campaigns and awareness outreaches that we get involved in, we make sure that they reach the masses. And so, yes, we do have smaller cells of support groups, but we are not as, I wouldn't say, boots on the ground as well networked as Sickle Life, which is why we do a lot of work together. But combined, our NGOs reach thousands of people every day.
So there's one statement, it's very unpopular, that people say that sickle cell is a death sentence. Is this something that you would agree to or disagree to?
Absolutely not. Vehemently disagree to, just because I think that in itself is symptomatic of the national narrative around sickle cell disease and why we have morbidity rates that are so high in the country vis-a-vis in developed countries that also have a sickle cell prevalence, but they are living well into adulthood. And so it's absolutely not a death sentence, but a lot of these deaths associated with sickle cell are preventable. And so it's conversation and language that we should move away from. The sooner the better.
Who is the oldest person you know living with sickle cell right now, and what's the age? Maybe that could give us an idea.
Mama Lucy, yes, she's a part of our group. She is 92 this year.
Oh.
Yes.
And she's living with sickle cell?
Living strong. Living strong.
That's quite interesting.
Yes.
What about your group? Do you have an oldest person? Same. Mama
Yes.
Lucy. We would want to meet her one day and have a discussion.
Absolutely,
Yes.
we can arrange it.
Now let's go into the health part of it. How does one get sickle cell? I know there are some misconceptions that it's either a curse or the other popular one is through the foods people or women eat when they are pregnant. I've heard that as well.
Okay.
How does one get sickle cell?
Okay, so sickle cell is a genetic disorder. What that means is that it's something that is intrinsic to you. It's something that you are born with. It's not acquired from what your mother eats or being associated with someone who has the condition. So the only way you can obtain it is if your parents happen to have the trait for the condition. When I say the trait, it means that they have the mutation or the genetic change. And so maybe as we talk, we'll explain this further. Yes. But then a person has sickle cell disease when they have two of this changed gene, right? And so what is called the normal variant, which we don't like to use that kind of language, is A. You hear people saying I'm AA, I'm AS. Yes. So the unmutated form is the hemoglobin A, and then the mutated or changed form is the hemoglobin S, and then other mutated ones. So there are other types like S, like C, like E, like O. If I discover one today, I'll call it enam or bankers. Right. So when you inherit one from your mother and one from your dad, that's what forms your hemoglobin genotype. So your parents may be, let's say, AS and then AS, and then when they meet and then you have one from them, each of them, then whatever you have, if there are two of these non-A forms, then you have sickle cell disease. Okay. So a person has sickle cell disease when they have a hemoglobin S and any other mutated form, right? So hemoglobin SS, hemoglobin SC, hemoglobin S beta thalassemia, all of those are sickle cell disease.
Okay, and with the differences you are mentioning, with the SS, SC, and the others, do they vary in terms of its severity? or they are all the same?
Okay, so the differences are actually because of the exact type of change or mutation that happens and where the position is. And there are also differences in the clinical expression of the disease. So hemoglobin SS is the most severe and most common form. And then the others like SC, S-beta thalassemia are milder forms.
Okay. And which one shouldn't you ever have? SS? Is that it?
And we wouldn't say don't ever have any, but then yes, the SS is more clinically severe. However, there are also certain clinical presentations that are more common in other types. For example, a person who has hemoglobin SC is more predisposed to getting something we call retinopathy. Retinopathy is a clinical effect of sickle cell on the eye that can lead to blindness. And that is something that is not common in SS. And it happens because people with SC have a higher blood level or hemoglobin level, right? So even though when you are SS, your blood level is always lower because you are SS, when you are SC, your blood level is higher, but then it puts you at risk of retinopathy. And then there's something else also called avascular necrosis. That's also more common in the SC genotype, right? So even though we may say one is milder than the other, there are also certain things that are more common in what we deem to be milder. So they all have different challenges that they deal with.
So this is quite an important question. Would you advise anyone who has been diagnosed with an AS to marry someone who is also AS?
Thanks. So it's not a mandate to decide for people who to marry. Ours is just to educate people, give them all the information, and then we leave them to make that informed decision. And we know that elsewhere people are regulating who can marry who and what should be done. But then for us, the important thing is that we tell people not to wait until it's time to get married and then you go and do the test. Because at that point, you're already biased in your decision making. So even when we give the information and people are not willing to listen to us and to make any informed decision. However, what we do is that we give you the all the information about your risk or chances of having a child with sickle cell disease. So in this example, for an AS parent, we know that the chance of having a child who is AA is 1 in 4. And then the chance of having a child who is SS is also 1 in 4. And then the chance of having a child who is AS is 2 in 4, right? But this is with each pregnancy, right? So it's not like when you have 4 children, then it's 1 AA, 1 SS, and then 2 AS. That's not it. Every time you get pregnant, it resets. So we just put this information for you, and then you have to decide on your own. But then we also know that there's advancements in medical knowledge. And so when we are giving the information, we also have to let them know that there are various levels of prevention. So there's primary prevention, where you want to avoid the condition altogether by not even trying, right? And so in this case, there are some people who really, they may have those genotypes and they don't want to have kids at all, right? So they may get married and not have children at all. There are some who will get married and also opt for IVF with genetic selection. It's a very valid option. There are some who will go in for adoption. It's an option that is available. There are some who will go in, leave it to genetics, chance, whatever will happen, have that child with sickle cell and opt for all the medications that we've mentioned, the hydroxyurea, the crizanlizumabs, every medicine that is now available, right? And there are some who can even afford this bone marrow transplant or will go in for gene therapy. All these things are valid options, and our place is just to put this to the people, and then you do that assessment on your own, that am I in a position to afford a bone marrow transplant? Can I assess gene therapy? Do I have the social support to care for a child with sickle cell disease? You know, so it's a person by person decision. But then at the end of it, you just need to be able to make that informed decision. So that's all we do.
We've been schooled by Dr. Enam Sefako Bankas, and you are a medical doctor.
I am.
Yes, and you've given us all the very important terminology, which is more medical, and we could read more about it, and we'll speak more about all these traits of sickle cell disease. We'll be right back after this break for more. Stay with us. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown. My name is Niakwe Ismail Akwe, and we have our guests here. That's Dr. Bankas and also Nanesi, and we are talking about sickle cell disease. So you were giving us a lot of terminologies about how the hemoglobin and also the whole blood cells come together to create the disease. And it's something that happens genetically as well. Now, what about the effects? After a child is born and the child has been diagnosed, is it diagnosed? Yes. Diagnosed. The child has been diagnosed with sickle cell, maybe SS, maybe SC. What's the first thing that's done at the hospital?
Well, it depends in every circumstance. It's one, I think a lot of it has to do with where you are born, and so the interventions that can happen. There are some countries and in some parts of the world, everyone is screened when they are born. Okay. So you're able to detect sickle cell disease at birth. And where there's advancement in medicine to that level, it means that treatment and interventions can begin straight away. You go on certain medications that aid with the management straight away. You go on certain medications that help to prevent infection straight away up until you're at the age of 5. And so monitoring is easier. In Ghana, it's a different situation. Over the last 2 decades, we've made a lot of advancements with regards to newborn screening and what have you, but I, for example, didn't get diagnosed with hemoglobin SS until I was 8 years old. Oh. And so I didn't. In Ghana, yes. I found out in Ghana. I was unwell, and my parents took me to the hospital, and the doctor said, you should probably check for sickle cell, and that's the first time they tested. So I was fine until I was 8 years old. There are other people who will be challenged in terms of their health and other things right from birth. And so with that, they are able to diagnose and then find a solution. I mean, currently research suggests that up to 90% of births that are sickle cell disease births, those children will die before they are 5 years old. And so with that is, in this country, a lot of people, and there's been some conversation in the past about sickle cell deaths being attributed to malaria. They died from malaria, they died from malaria because there was no diagnosis of sickle cell disease. And so I can't say that there's a specific thing, but the most important thing is that you know when screening happens as soon as possible so that the right interventions can take place. So it's quite important to know that you have sickle cell, yes, the disease, yes, and I don't know if you also do. I do. I have SC. SC. Okay. So this is a very important, point to note. And you could tell us about your struggles too, or what you've been through. So when you were diagnosed at 8 years old, how did your parents take it, and what did they do at that point? From what I know, from what I've been told, or what they care to tell me, I think there was some confusion. At the time, this would have been probably 25, 26 years ago, and they didn't know what we know now about sickle cell disease. So the little information that they had, they ran with it and said, we would do everything we can to support you and to shield you. I think the one thing that they remembered from the doctor's visits is that drink a lot of water, make sure she drinks a lot of water. So I became like a mobile poly tank, water reservoir, just if they could help it, I was drinking water. And so it affects everyone differently. There are some people I've spoken to too, who, when their parents found out, it was, you know, right from the very beginning, just what intervention from birth can they put in place. And there are some people who also have found out and have felt helpless because they don't know where to turn, who to go to, people they can speak to answer their questions. So it's varied. And with sickle cell disease, in as much as you can say this group of people, they are SS, or this group of people, they are SC, or beta thalassemia, every individual has a different manifestation of sickle cell. And so we try as much as possible through our work to create public awareness, and then you can then translate that information into, on a day-to-day basis, how you use that.
Do you have the same experience? When were you diagnosed? Was it from birth or later in, your childhood?
Yes, it was in infancy.
Okay.
I had one of the earliest symptoms of sickle cell disease. So it's called hand-foot foot syndrome. Okay. So what happens is that you get swelling of the fingers and toes, and it's just because of the sickle cells blocking the vessels in there. And so my parents, of course, took me to the hospital, and they ran the sickle cell genotype test, and then that was when the diagnosis was made. And my mom is a health worker, and so from that point on, we started doing a lot of the interventions. So the drinking of water, the staying hydrated at every point, avoiding a million things, the taking of the medications, and every single thing that, you know, we are told at our reviews, you know, just to ensure that I live as full a life as has been possible. And so yes, that's also my story. So it started very, very early for me.
And was it difficult for your family as well?
Yes, it comes with a lot of challenges because it's a chronic medical condition. So you live your normal life, but then it's interspersed with acute pain episodes and acute illnesses. So sometimes you'd have to be admitted. Sometimes somebody would have to leave work to come and stay by you. And sometimes it's emotionally challenging. But then here I am. I mean, I'm a medical doctor. I'm running this organization. We are collaborating on this great projects and these great projects together. So yes, it's both sides, right? But then in the end, I think that this experience is what has made me who I am today. So
I have a friend who also has been diagnosed with sickle cell. It's, I think, SS. One thing that his parents always say: "Hey, stop going out at night. Don't walk in the rain. Don't do all these things." Is it? A recurring concern for sickle cell? Parents and also for children who've been diagnosed.
Yes, so there are certain defined things, we call it pathophysiology in medicine, that would cause the crises or acute pain episodes or the various things that happen in sickle cell disease. But then we know that there are some physical things that may contribute to them, right? And so we call those things precipitants. So things like extremes of temperature, so when it's too cold or too warm, when you are dehydrated, when there's physical or emotional stress, when there's an infection, things like that are known to start certain physical processes in the body that would lead to the ailments, the bone pain, or the hemolysis, right, or all the other things that we see in sickle cell disease. So we advise persons living with sickle cell disease to look out for the specific things that precipitate these episodes in them, because as Nanesi mentioned, we all have a different experience with this condition. So you look out for those things and you try to avoid them so that you don't end up with a recurrent episode. So for some people, it's when it starts raining, you don't even have to be out in the rain, and then you have the episode. For some people, it's being in a cold room, and then for others, it's that very hot temperature, you know, and sweating, not drinking water. So you see that when a child has sickle cell, we always encourage them to drink a lot of water, have your sweater, don't be out in the rain, don't run around as much as the other kids because you'd get exhausted, you'd sweat, you'd be dehydrated. So all these physical things that we are telling these kids or adults with sickle cell to do are just contributory factors, because we know that there are things that happen in the body, right? And so these physical things will just start the process of sickling, and so we want to prevent that process from starting. That's why we do these.
In terms of climate and also our region, is Ghana a very difficult place to live in as someone living with sickle cell?
I would say every climate has its challenges. Like Dr. Enam said, if you were somewhere where it's winter throughout the year, then that's an extreme. Naturally, the human body has a way of acclimatizing, does it not? And so there are some benefits to having one temperature throughout the year. But every climate has its challenges. Naturally, I would say for Ghana specifically, it's tropical, so it's very hot. And so that makes people who are living with sickle cell disease in Ghana prone to dehydration. So the remedy for that is make sure you are not dehydrated. And so that would mean just constantly drinking a lot of water, making sure that you're flushing toxins out of your system, you're flushing breakdowns out of your system, and you're healthy, you're well hydrated, against the climate. Yes.
So still on climate, but this time is the culture. So the culture of our people, culture in Ghana, how does that affect people living with sickle cell? Because I know a lot of people have a lot of misconceptions and a lot of prejudice and stigma all around, all over. So how do you deal with that? And what are some of the worst ones you've ever heard about?
Well, I think to answer your first question, the biggest thing would be the stigma associated with sickle cell disease. And it's owing to the fact that people are not well informed about sickle cell disease, right? And so if they don't know, they will just put in a narrative where they don't know. Unfortunately, it's been more of an ignorant narrative, because in this country you just don't know what this thing is, and there isn't enough information to fill in the gaps. And so I would say the climate here just lends itself naturally to undue stigmatization, and therefore stakeholders, families, caregivers, and those with sickle cell themselves then feel the psychological effects of this disease in their lives. And so the big things that we do as advocacy groups is high up on our agenda to push anti-stigmatization campaigns and to create support systems for those who are dealing with these challenges, so that they have someone to speak to.
So how many stigmatization, public stigma cases have you dealt with so far, with your organization?
Too many to count.
Oh, too many.
Too many.
I thought it was just the most recent one.
Oh, no,
we'll talk about that soon. However, I just want to see if there were previous ones that you were dealing with.
There have been.
What are the ones that you can remember, readily remember?
I wouldn't want to mention names, but then every time something happens, we get calls and messages. Have you seen this? What are you going to do about it? And sometimes we just go there and just observe what is happening. And in one instance, it was just really unfortunate to observe what was happening, because it was called out and the person just kept going on and was not remorseful. And I had to think about it and wonder if it was a space I wanted to enter, because it was going to be very hurtful to go there and not even be able to reach out to the person and make any change. And so on a personal level, I decided, let me just let this go, because the person was being spoken to and there was absolutely no remorse. There was another one quite recently. Again, the messages kept coming. This person has done this. Don't you want to say something? And I was like, really? It keeps happening. And buttressing the points Nana is making, we've normalized the stigma around sickle cell disease in our setting such that so many people don't even recognize it. So you are saying something very derogatory about sickle cell, or you are doing something that stigmatizes somebody with sickle cell disease in your workplace or in your school, but then you don't even notice that what you are doing is stigmatizing. And even when it's called out to you, it doesn't even click. You don't make that connect, because to you it's normal. Like, how dare they even complain, you know? And it's really something that we need to be more, we need to think more about, because these are people like you, like anybody else, that are living their lives, you know. And it makes it very difficult, because if you listen to them, you listen to us, tell our stories, talk about the challenges that we are going through, and we are excelling despite all of these, and then we have people adding on to this, it makes it very, very difficult. And we keep on hearing these things and then having to quench the flames, because for us, we are leading a large number of people, and every time something else happens, we have to, you know, do damage control basically. So it's a challenge, but then I mean, we are still working on it. And then we put out the positive messages, we put out the information about the condition, we put out stories about people living with the condition and doing everything that everybody else is doing, so that you know that yes, you can have sickle cell disease and be anything and everything else, and it doesn't have to be a limitation or be a reason why you can't be whatever you want to be.
Yeah, we will not repeat any of the things, the worst things people have said out of ignorance. However, what's the extent you've gone to get the right thing done with your organization?
Speaking to people as much as possible, because people say things, or their utterances or their actions is usually as a result of their thinking. And so you want to deal with the roots, which is that you deal with their thinking, you deal with what they say and what they think. And so for me, anytime someone will lean towards stigmatization, it's just an opportunity for me to have a conversation with them, or for the organization, or volunteers, or people to reach out and say, I think you're missing some information here. Let me help you fill in the gaps. And for us, that's the extent to which we go. We are constantly, last year, we ran a very successful campaign called I Am Not a Sickler. And that was a message we put out with some high-profile people, some medical people as well, saying, I'm not, you know, this word that has been used to describe people with sickle cell, sickler, it's terrible.
It's derogatory.
So it is indeed. And we try, if you've ever used it, or you know anyone who has ever used it, you have an opportunity to say, they are not sicklers, they are more than that. And you saw real faces of people say, I'm not a sickler, I'm a mother, I'm not a sickler, I'm a student, I'm not a sickler, I'm an entrepreneur. And seeing people's faces and them telling you, I don't want to be addressed by what you see as my limiting factor. And who coined that word sickler anyway? And what made you think it's okay to address me as such? I think those are the things that resonate with people, not, you know, attacks and fighting back. And no, is that speaking to the consciousness of people and saying, if we can think about how this is registered in your psyche and we can update that thinking, hopefully we will update your utterances and your behavior as well.
This is quite an important information, and we'll get more from Dr. Bankas and also Nanesi right after this break. There's a lowdown. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from the break. This is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and we are discussing the effects of sickle cell and also all issues around sickle cell. Our guests are very important people. Our guests are Nanesi from the Sickle Cell Awareness Initiative and Dr. Enam Bankas, she's the Managing Director of Sickle Life. We're having very important discussions. We're telling us some of the stigma that that's around sickle cell disease and how people tag derogatorily people who are living with sickle cell. Now let's talk about some of the crises that people with sickle cell go through and what the public could do in terms of support in case they find them in crisis. And I know definitely parents know how to handle it because they go to the hospitals and they get information. So what are some of the crises? Let's start with you, Dr. Enam.
Okay, so this is a very important topic. First of all, sickle cell disease is not just pain or crisis. People just attribute sickle cell disease to the recurrent pain episode that people have, or what is termed crisis. But sickle cell disease is not just crisis. You have a full life. It's just a chronic medical condition interspersed with acute episodes of pain or other forms of crises. Right. So the first one are these acute pain episodes that people commonly know, and this is because of the sickle-shaped red blood cells, which are because of the mutated genes. And so what happens is that the red cells, they are usually donut-shaped, and they're able to go through your blood vessels easily, sending oxygen to every part of your body. But then when this mutation or change happens, now the red blood cells have this sickle shape and they get stuck in various vessels. And that is all that causes the pain because oxygen is not moving where it needs to go, and the waste products are not coming back. And so what we advise is that anytime you are having a pain episode, you need to go to the hospital. But then our patients know this, that once it starts, there are certain things you can do at home, right? So the first thing is to hydrate, drink a lot of water, because we've said that dehydration precipitates it and aggravates it. So you drink water so that your cells can flow, right? And then also you take your painkillers. Our patients, especially those who go for regular reviews, they usually have some mild analgesics at home. So you know that when your pain starts, there are certain painkillers that you can take at home that there are no problems with. So you take the mildest one, and then if it doesn't work after a while, you take the next one, and then if it's still not working, you need to rush to the hospital. There are some instances that if you have pain, and for example, there's an accompanying fever, you're having chest pain with your, like the pain is not just a limb or something, that one you don't wait for anything, you go immediately. If they are in a place where maybe there are other factors, for example, it's also cold in addition, you need to mitigate those other external factors. So you ensure that the temperature is regulated. So for the pain, you ensure that you do those things and then you take them to the hospital. In addition to that, other things may also happen in sickle cell disease. As I said, sickle cell is not just pain. We have something that we call hemolytic or hyperhemolytic crisis. What that simply means is that they may be having dark urine or yellowing of the eyes and palms and other parts of the body. And this is also because of the very same thing, the sickle cells. So here, the cells are breaking down even much faster than normal. Back to the explanation, these abnormal red cells, because of the mutation or the genetic change, they are breaking down faster because the body knows that it needs oxygen, and these cells are not able to carry oxygen around the body. So they break down much faster, about 10 to 20 days, compared to the regular red cells that will break down in about 120 days. Now, if you get an additional factor, such as an infection, they'll start breaking down even faster than the faster rate of 10 to 20 days. And so a person with sickle cell who might already be a little jaundiced, that's having yellow eyes, will start having even more yellow eyes, and then their urine will become dark, right? Now this is something that you need to show up in the hospital immediately, because what it means is that your red cells are breaking down, so you're going to become anemic, right? So that's something you need to show up at the hospital for, and that's because there's something that is causing it. So it could be an infection, you know, so you need to show up. There's another thing we call a sequestration crisis. A sequestration crisis just means that the sickle cells, so everything is because of the sickle cell, right? It's pulling in an organ. It could be your liver or your spleen. So when that happens, and you would feel, you know that like your tummy, the tummy may start getting larger, they may start having pain. So for the kids especially, the pediatricians teach them how to palpate or press their children's abdomen, so that if there's any change, they're able to detect it and rush them to the hospital. You know, and then there's another one we call an aplastic crisis, where the blood level just drops drastically because of a certain infection, you understand? So these are all very, very different things that happen primarily because the person has sickle cell disease, because of a certain genetic change, right? But then they cause very different things in the body, right? So it's very important that we understand this. What can all of us do? As members of the public, if there's a child in your community who has sickle cell disease, there needs to be some level of understanding. Because, for example, if their blood level is low, so they are anemic, they obviously may not be as active as the average child. So if you maybe send them to do something, they may not be able to run at the same pace as another child. And even if they do that, they may probably be dyspneic, be like panting or something like that. So you need to be considerate of that child, you understand? In the classroom, we've said these children should be drinking a lot of water. If you are drinking a lot of water, you are going to be peeing a lot. Yeah. So if you have a child with sickle cell in your class, you need to understand that this child is going to be going to the washroom a lot, right? And so teachers need to be more considerate and not see it as these children being stubborn or wanting to go out to play. It also means that we've said that stress could be a precipitant. So what it means is that around exam times, these children may be unwell. So there needs to be those kinds of concessions in schools such that if a child happens to be unwell during exams, it shouldn't be a reason not to allow them to write their exam. In certain schools, I worked in the university hospital, for example, you'd see people with sickle cell disease with their IV fluids on their arms writing their exam. That concession is made for them. Other than that, what keeps on happening, and it's so heartbreaking to see so many people with sickle cell disease held back in school over and over and over again, because preparing for exam is a stressor. So what it means is that every time you have an exam, you are going to be held back, you know. So this is like something that, and teachers are amongst us in the public, so it's something that we can all do. So when you think about it, you can do it. At a workplace, if you have a colleague who has sickle cell disease, the person needs to be going for reviews from time to time. And it's not just when they are sick, it's also when they are not sick, to prevent them from falling sick. So it means that you need to be considerate, you need to be understanding that they are not just leaving work because they don't want to work. They are leaving to prevent them from falling sick. So bosses and colleagues and everyone else needs to be understanding of this fact, that this person really needs to pace themselves in their work. If they say that, can you turn off the AC, it's not because they are being fussy or something of the sort. They are just trying to maintain their health. If they are being slower at something, it's just because they are pacing themselves. If they are going for reviews, it's because they are trying to maintain their health. So there are certain very basic things that people with sickle cell do, certain adjustments that they have to make in their lives to ensure that they are able to live like everyone else. But then without that understanding, you think that they are making life difficult for everyone. But then all of us have a role to play in doing this. Even for the media, it's very important that, like today, you've given us this platform to talk about this, and then we are making all of these things known to you, and so many other people are going to learn about these things. So you come to see that every single one of us has a role to play. The government has a role to play in terms of policy, every one of us. So it's very, very critical.
This is very, very important information. And I was just startled because there are a lot of things I also don't know, as you said. And I'm sure a lot of people are going to be educated if I may say that. So, Nanesi, did you also go through some of these crises while in school? Were your teachers very accommodating of your situation?
I did go through some crises. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. You just never know what you are going to get, but that's human behavior, is it not? And so we just have to keep it moving. You do the best that you can, take each day at a time. Sometimes I've had the worst of it, you know, which needs the most advanced interventions, and then sometimes it's slight pain here or there where a simple painkiller will just knock it off, and then I can go about my business. But again, like Dr. Enam said, sickle cell is not just crisis, so my life is not engulfed with crisis. I am not bothered by crisis. It's when it comes as something that has to be dealt with, I deal with it and then I move forward. My biggest thing that I try to say to everyone is that try to think of yourself or your family member who's dealing with sickle cell, or your colleague or your classmates. Don't think of them as, don't be fire service. Don't think of them as a solution that you have to do when there's a fire, you put it out. It's more, how can we ensure that they are living a healthy life, they are living a happy life, they are living a fulfilled life. It's making sure that they are managing this condition well, and they are putting preventive measures in place as opposed to reactive measures in place. So it's not, oh, there's a crisis, we're at the hospital. We want to change that narrative around sickle cell. How can I take care of myself with these cost-effective, simple interventions that we've discussed to keep you well, to keep you healthy, to keep you out in the rain if you have to be, for lack of a better expression. But that's what I think our focus needs to be on.
Okay, so the Sickle Cell Awareness Initiative, when did you found that organization?
Formally in 2018, we started working from 2015, but we weren't formally out in the media. We launched 3 years later. We had to do a lot of research, speak to a lot of people. We were entering a very interesting space, and in a climate that is also very particular. And so we launched finally in 2018, and we've been doing some good work since.
So what have you been doing?
Wow, okay. Besides the advocacy work that we do, just making sure that we will take as many of these interviews as possible, speak to people directly, speak to as many of the stakeholders that we can, from the individuals to families to caretakers to the government. Besides that, we make sure that we conduct blood donation drives, screening exercises. So we've spoken a lot about genotype. You don't know if you're a carrier to make a decision that's informed if you don't know your genotype, right? So screening people for free, encouraging them, school outreaches, all these campaigns like I spoke to you about, I'm Not a Sickler. We've also embarked on an infrastructural project. So we built an outpatient department at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital so that we know there's a space for people with enhanced facilities, that they can visit. And so it's been a broad spectrum of things that we do on a day-to-day basis.
So you built an entire outpatient department?
Yes, we did.
Oh, then
yes, we did.
From funding from,
individuals,
okay.
organizations. We had a lot of people come together and say, I want to support. Some supported in kind with cement and tiles and air conditioners. Other people gave money, companies gave money. And so we look forward to going back to the Ghana Institute of Clinical Genetics, and that was just phase 1 of our project. So we look forward to going back and doing phase 2 and beyond.
That's quite interesting. Okay. And Sickle Life, you are the managing director. What have you been doing, and when did you start the organization?
Yes, so formally we were incorporated in 2016, but then prior to that, in 2013, I started it as just a blog. So what had happened was that I was diagnosed with a complication of the condition called avascular necrosis. So at the time, I just had to put my life on hold a bit because I couldn't do much. I couldn't walk, I couldn't play basketball, I couldn't jog, I couldn't do anything. So I just started writing about what was happening to me. And I realized that there was a gap in the knowledge about sickle cell disease. So I just blogging. And then there was a lot of interest from Ghana, South Africa, US, UK, even health workers, medical students. I was like, okay, let's just keep writing. And then I finished school in 2015, and then
medical school.
Medical school.
Okay.
So I was like, okay, let's see what we can do with this. So 2016, we launched officially, and then we had our first screening project and blood donation. And then I saw that, oh wow, a lot of my colleagues and like even my senior colleagues came around, and then they were like, yes, let's do this together, because there's really this gap within the system in terms of screening and advocacy and so much more for sickle cell disease. And so since then, in collaboration with organizations like Sky, we've been able to run so many free sickle cell disease screening projects, because again, it's important that we empower people to make informed decisions about sickle cell disease. And once you are not providing the screening for them, they are not able to do that. So we do the screening, we do the genetic counseling, and then we do the health education through these health talks. We also do a lot of online engagement through our social media activities, and then in-person interviews such as this. And then we have a very strong support group system where we are able to engage persons living with sickle cell disease. And then they get to know that, one, you're not the only person who is going through all of this. You're able to learn from other people, like how to manage some of the challenges that you are going through. And then we have a welfare system such that if you are having a particular challenge with the condition and you need some support, we're able to finance some of it. We also have something we call the mentorship project, where we have young people who have sickle cell disease, and we bring them in contact with adults who have the condition. And then it's just for mentorship, because there are these, one of the myths out there, as you mentioned, is that it's a death sentence. So we're able to show these young people and their parents that this is us. We have sickle cell disease. We are past 18 or whatever age that we were given or people give, and we are still here, right? And so it's a mentorship project that is really good for these young people. And then, so these are things that we've been doing since 2016, and these young people get to see that this is something that is possible. So these are just a number of the things that we've been doing. And so far, I think that we are doing a lot together. So yes.
Soon, I'll let you give your contacts out so people could reach out to you and be a part of your organization if they need to. But what kind of interventions or support are you getting from, let's say, the state? Is there anything like that from the state, any support?
Okay, so well, there's a lot that can be done. I think that, for one, this year or the past 2 years, we've seen some improvements, or at least movements, in the sickle cell disease space. So Nanisi mentioned hydroxyurea. It's a disease-modifying medication that people with sickle cell disease are given. And there's been work towards putting it on NHIS. And this was a promise that we received over 2 years ago. And there's been progress, very gradual progress towards putting it on NHIS, so that so many more children and adults living with sickle cell disease can have access to it, because that's been the biggest limitation. And so I guess the support we are getting from the state is that it's finally been put on NHIS. However, the rollout has been the challenge. And so we are hoping that finally it can be rolled out so that we can have our kids on it. But then apart from that, this has been the first time in a very long time that we are seeing some movements in the sickle cell disease space in Ghana. But then there could be more, because, for example, we don't have a formal sickle cell disease program in the country as we have for like malaria program or tuberculosis or HIV or others. And so what happens is that the running of the condition in the country is being done on NGO level. So every NGO is doing what they can in their own small way, tackling a particular aspect of the condition. But then if we had a control program on that national level, then we'll consolidate everything, and then it will be, you know, the planning will be centralized, and then we can break it all down. So that's something that would be great if it could come from the state. But other than that, there are also like several levels to this. So on the healthcare system level as well, there are some great initiatives that have started. So Nancy mentioned newborn screening, which would be a very great initiative if it could be rolled out on the national level. We've had pilot projects for several years, but then we've not been able to nationalize it because it's also being run by a single NGO or foundation. And so if the states like took it up, it would also be a way to diagnose all the kids in sickle cell disease who have in Ghana who have sickle cell disease, and then start them on hydroxyurea, for example. So that's something that we should look at. And then providing comprehensive sickle cell care, because as it is now, there are very few facilities like the Ghana Institute of Clinical Genetics where we can say that they are experts in managing sickle cell disease. So what happens currently is that there are people who will fall sick on a Friday afternoon and wait till Monday for the clinic to be opened to go there because they don't want to go anywhere else because they are the experts at managing sickle cell, which is quite unfortunate because anything could happen. So we need to get to that point where on the healthcare systems level, we have more facilities offering comprehensive sickle cell care. We have more training institutions, having more hematologists for one, training our other health professionals in sickle cell disease, having more research in the condition. So there are a lot. There's a lot. I mean, I could write a whole list of a whole wish list of things that I want for sickle cell disease, and so yeah.
I know there have been a lot of studies that are done internationally on sickle cell, and I hear about cures and all of that. Is there a cure now?
So, for one, there are some studies being done in Ghana. Let me give a shout out to my department. So, I work at GhanaWeb, and my department, we are doing a lot of great studies in sickle cell disease. I just wish that we could be doing more on a national level. But yes, there is a cure for sickle cell disease. However, it's not an accessible and widespread cure yet. So it's a bone marrow transplant. And what fundamentally is done is that, as we said, this is a genetic disease. And so the process is basically to give the person medication that wipes out the person's existing bone marrow, and then you transplant the bone marrow of a donor who does not have sickle cell disease. But then it's a very cumbersome process because you need to get somebody who matches them. It's called an HLA match, where it's like a more advanced form of like the way you do your blood group where you need to match, because if you don't match, you could get a very bad reaction, but like exponentially increased, right? Yes, so you do somebody, like you find somebody who matches but doesn't have sickle cell disease, and then you transplant their marrow into that person, and then now that person who had sickle cell disease, the marrow, that new marrow grows in them, and now they no longer have sickle cell disease because whatever grows now is of what was donated. However, this is not easily, like it's not accessible, it's not available.
Are they still on trial stage? Or
it's being rolled out. There's another one which is called gene therapy, which is still in the trial phase.
Is that in Ghana now? Is GhanaWeb
no,
doing that?
Not at all.
Has GhanaWeb brought out something already, or you are still studying?
Oh, for gene therapy? Oh no, we are not. No.
So I'm talking about GhanaWeb, and if the studies they are doing has done any.
No, GhanaWeb is not doing studies in gene therapy. We are doing studies in disease-modifying medications for sickle cell disease, and I'm very optimistic about them.
So no solutions out yet from the study?
No, we are still in the process.
That's in the process.
Yes.
So how did you take the news when you heard that, oh, there's a cure? And I'm sure the first time you hear about it, maybe, I don't know, what did you feel about that?
Well, I think essentially for those who have some knowledge of sickle cell, for a long time it's been a rolling line that there's no cure for sickle cell disease, because you think of bone marrow transplant and you think it's not accessible, it's very expensive, it's very risky. So the benefit has to be 100% and zero risk, which is almost never the case, correct? So it's not even something that is widely publicized as there is a cure for sickle cell. For a long time, there was talk that there's no cure for sickle cell. Now, the medical space has seen a lot of improvement. We are hopeful that there will be a cure for sickle cell in our lifetime because gene therapy, hydroxyurea, other management, there's a lot of work being done around the clock to ensure that there is a cure. But for now, management is your best route, and so that's what we push for.
So for the about 99% or 99.5% of people who can't access the bone therapy, is it bone therapy?
Bone marrow
The bone marrow transplant and also the other cures that have come up, what advice would you give them? And also what advice would you give the general public, finally?
I think everything we said so far. and yes, just take care of yourself. Visit your local physician and let them point you in the right direction in terms of seeking a hematologist, a care center, someone to take care of you. A lot of questions that we have on a day-to-day basis is that I'm managing this at home. What medication should I take? Please do manage it at home.
So how can they reach out to Sickle Cell Awareness Initiative?
We're online, so all our information is online. Once you put a search in Google, you can find us. We're on all the socials as Sky Ghana. So Sky is SCAI for Sickle Cell Awareness Initiative, Sky Ghana. You can find us. All our information is online. So you can
is there a special thing they'll get when they join? When they reach out?
Support is very special.
Okay.
Very special.
And then Sickle Life, how can they reach you?
Okay, so we're also online. So you'd find us on Facebook, Sickle Life, and then Twitter, Instagram, Sickle_Life, then LinkedIn, Sickle Life.
Okay. We also provide support.
Yes, we do.
And no throw pillow, something. No. Thank you very much, Dr. Enam Sefako Bankas, Managing Director of Sickle Life, and also Nanesi Duka Makmate, founder of Sickle Cell Awareness Initiative. Thank you very much for coming to the Lowdown.
Thank you.
You've just watched an exciting episode of the Lowdown, and we brought you all the information you need about sickle cell disease. Watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV and all of our digital channels. This is the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
Senior high school. So SSXII, that's Roman, and SSSIII. Please do the correct rendition there. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Yes, page 19. Honorable Kofi Adams.
Thank you very much, Speaker. So, Speaker, this mistake I'm trying to correct in page 19 runs through the other pages. So I don't know whether it can be taken and effected accordingly. We do not have chief directors at the district, municipal, and metro levels. What we do have is coordinating directors. So, Speaker, you observe IV, for example, is written there, Mr. Abdul Karim, Chief Director, Jirapa Municipal Assembly. It should be coordinating director. You move next to VII. You have Chief Director, Nandong Municipal Assembly. It should be coordinating Director. Then you go further down to XVII, Mr. Mohammed Abdul Majid, Chief Director, Laura Municipal Assembly. It should be Coordinating Director. Mr. Speaker, you will find the same thing appearing in almost every page that you have district assemblies appearing before us. The coordinating directors have been described as chief directors. Their deputies described as deputy chief directors. So if it can be taken and corrected all through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thanks so much. Table office, please kindly do the necessary corrections throughout the votes and proceedings. We don't have chief directors at the MMDA's level. They are referred to as coordinating directors. Page 20. Page 21. Sorry, page 20.
Honorable Speaker, page 20. Woman numeral XXIV. Mr. Diorote Vida. It's supposed to be Diorote, not Diorotech. And she's a female too. So Mrs. Diorote Vida.
Please, can we get the spelling of the Diorote?
It's D-I-O-R-O-T-E-Y.
Not T-E-G.
No, please.
Table office, your attention is being drawn to it, and the Vida is capital V, not a small v.
And again, Honorable Speaker, I've seen XXIB and XXIX with Dr. Ewura Mahama. Both have been designated as district chief executives. So I think we need to get the proper designation for Dr. Ewura Mahama, because these two districts cannot have the same DCs.
Yeah, Honorable Member, Dr. Ewura Mahama is referred to as District Chief Executive. What is district?
Okay, so that is what.
Yes.
That's correct, Honorable Speaker. And again, if we can also complete the right conditions for example, XXV, Finance Officer, Wild West District Assembly. If we could add the assembly to them, XSVI, SXVII, SSVI, all of them, the assembly is missing. It runs through. So if we could go over and make them complete. Thank you.
Please, table office, capture the full rendition. There are assemblies. So you have to put District Chief Executive, and then you mention the name of the assembly. Add the assembly. Page 21. Honorable Member, yes.
This is page 21, Roman number XIVI, Alhaji Sharif Adams. He is the finance officer. So if you could change the financial to finance, that is more appropriate. Thank you.
Table office, kindly take note. It's over XLVI. Page 22. Page 23. Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to seek your guidance. I observe that the records only indicate that the Public Accounts Committee met on Thursday, 21st April 2022 at 9:03 a.m. and continued consideration of the following reports. But Right Honourable Speaker, we know that the committee meetings took place across the country, and it doesn't give an indication where these various meetings occur. As has been the practice in this House, I would have thought that the report will capture at least the region they met, where they met across the country. But he only says that the committee met and then continued, and I see that running across. But these were not meetings that were held in Parliament. So I seek your guidance respectfully, Mr. Speaker, if they shouldn't be capturing the venue for the meetings where they met across the country.
Table office kindly capture the venue of the meetings. But these were not meetings held in the presence of Parliament. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Yes, Honourable Member for Kwadaso. Your mic.
My own very good friend, Mr. Amidu Isahaku. His name has been wrongly spelled. It should be Isahaku is ISSA. Oh, I'm saying page 24, Roman number XBI.
Yes, Honourable Member, we have
XBI.
it. We have it. XBI. Under item number 2, attendance.
Yes.
XVI. Amidu Isahaku. The A is missing between the S and the H. Table office kindly make the necessary correction. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. Yes, Honourable Blackwell.
Right, Honourable Speaker, just to draw attention to the earlier correction that you indicated should be done. I see it running through the financial officer instead of finance officer. XXIX.
Please, table office, make the consequential amendment to all. The title is finance officer, not financial officer. Page 26, page 27, page 28, page 29, page 30, page 31. Yes, the honourable member for Bole Bamboy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on page 31, item number XXII, the District Assembly there is supposed to be Yunyo and not Yunjo, and that's not the only one. The subsequent paragraph also has same mistake. Thank you.
Table office is Y, not J. Yunyo, not Yunjo. Page 32. Page 33. Yes, honourable member.
The Speaker, on page 33, 1 IV. The name is Daniel Peura Mama, not what is captured there as well. So it's
you talk about LIV. Roman LIV. Is that what you are referring to?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And you say the name is what?
It's Daniel Peura.
So it's not V, it's W.
No, it's not V, it's W, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, kindly take note. Page 34. Page 35. page 36, page 37, page 38, page 39, page 40, page 41, page 42. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the safe sitting held on Wednesday, 1st June 2022 are adopted as the true records of proceedings. We move to the official report, and I have a copy of the official report of Wednesday, 25th May 2022. Honorable members, any corrections? Yes, Honorable Blackwell.
Well, Right Honourable Speaker, I don't know if honourable colleagues received this, but I didn't see an official report in my pigeonhole. I don't know if colleagues have copies.
Honorable members, you have copies of the official report of 25th May 2022? You don't? Well, we will have to suspend consideration until members are given copies. So please, table office, kindly do the necessary distribution. We'll move on to Item 5, urgent questions. And we have two urgent questions standing in the names of the Honourable Member for Solatuna Kalba and the Honourable Member for Savilgu. We'll start with the first one, 5A. Honourable Member for Solatuna Kalba, Honourable Andrew Dare Chiwite. Please, you may ask the question now. The Minister for Education, please kindly take your right position. Yes, Honourable Member.
Right Honourable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to ask this important question that I filed during the last sitting as an agent question. Mr. Speaker, the question has at least it's useful, but I still have to ask because it's an important question. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask the Minister for Education what urgent steps the ministry is taking to address the acute shortage of teachers in the Solatuna Kalba district.
Honourable Member, before the Minister comes to answer the question, your attention is being drawn to Order 68.5. I'm just drawing your attention to it, and you may be guided by that. Minister, you may now answer the question. Honourable Minister for Education. Why?
Mr. Speaker, please, I apologize. I was sorting something out with the leader. Mr. Speaker, regarding the question of shortage of teachers, we have taken cognizance of areas where they are having these challenges. We are working with the Ghana Education Service to compile the list of all the shortages to be able to meet the needs of the various districts respectively. So, Mr. Speaker, I will work with Ghana Education Service to find out the specific schools where there are these shortages in regards to solar, tuna, carbon, and do everything possible to fill the spaces accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my first supplementary question is whether the minister is aware that the ideal pupil-teacher ratio should be 25 teachers, 25 people to a teacher. But in the case of solar, for the primary level, we have a ratio of 124 people to a teacher. Is he aware of this ratio? And if he is aware of it, will he do something immediately? Because the difference is so huge.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of the student-teacher ratio at Solar, but I'm going to, Mr. Speaker, find out immediately as to what is going on. I have no reason to doubt what my colleague is telling me, and I'm going to work on it immediately to ensure that it could be reduced to the ratio that is prescribed by the Ghana Education Service. Thank you, Mr.
Any further supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the statistics from the Education Directorate of the district, and the statistics shows that the district needs about 1,020 teachers to man the schools in the district. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, we have only 454 teachers, hence a deficit of 566 teachers. Mr. Speaker, teachers are very important when it comes to education. I'm surprised that...
Honourable Member, I'm sorry, but it's important we go by our rules. If we decide that we don't want to, then we should amend the rule. That's why initially I referred you to Order 68, Rule 5, where it says no member shall address the House upon any question, nor in asking the question shall any argument or opinion be offered. When any question has been asked, that is 6, and answered, no debate on it shall be permitted. These are the standing orders guiding what we do here. So if you are asking your question, ask supplementary. Don't start with an address to us. Honourable Member, you may continue with your supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the minister give an assurance? Education is something we should not play with. Excuse me, I have to say this. Mr. Speaker, sorry about that, Mr. Speaker. It is just that
I am bound by the standing orders. I can't do otherwise. I would have loved that you use another instrument instead of question. There are ways and means of getting comprehensive responses from ministers, apart from just question and answers. So maybe you may need to use one, and to get a comprehensive opportunity to either put it across there and get the comprehensive response from the minister than questions and answers. So for questions and answers, supplementary follows from the substantive question. So you don't start with an address. Those are the rules. We are bound by them. Yes, please.
I'm guiding the speaker. Honourable Minister, kindly give me timelines. When exactly should Solar Education Directorate be expecting your intervention? Thank you.
Actually, his first attempt was to get from you whether you are aware of that gap between the needs of the district and what the reality is on the ground. The numbers, are you aware of it? And if you are aware of it, what are you doing to solve the problem?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not specifically aware of the student-teacher ratio in the district, but I understand that my colleague who is on the ground there will have no reason to give me false information. I'm going to work with the District Director of Education specifically on his district, and I can assure you that we'll do the work that is necessary in partnership with you to ensure that we can get a handle on this challenge that you have brought up at this floor, in this house this morning.
Your last supplementary, if any?
Mr. Speaker, I'm most grateful.
Yes, honourable members, we move to question 5B. The question is asked is constituency specific. And so we move to question 5B. Honourable member for Savelugu, Honourable Abdullah Jacob Idris. Constituency specific questions are not open to other members. I know Bole Bamboy is close to Solar Tuna, but this one is about Solar Tuna Kalba, not Bole Bamboy.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. My question is, I rise to ask the Minister for Education what steps his ministry is taking to resolve the problems faced by students of the Savelugu Senior High School that resulted in a strike action on the 19th of February this year.
Honourable member, is too general. Problems faced by students, just a general, this is not a specific problem. But if the minister knows about all the problems faced by students of that senior high, Minister, you are permitted to do so. You can answer.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I've requested for the regional director to provide me specific information that pertains to the issues raised by the honourable member. Mr. Speaker, I'll be coming back to give specific answers to this urgent question that has been posed to me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable member, follow up on this, get the specific problems that they are facing, and then ask the minister specifically so he can respond to those specific issues. But for the general problems facing students, we may not be able to respond to all. It's such a global question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Among other things, the students complained of the quantity.
I'm giving you the opportunity for you to come back. I'm giving you the opportunity to come back, because now we know the problems are many, and you can't use urgent questions now to be asking them one by one. So that's why I say get in touch with the minister.
Okay, sir.
And let's get those specific problems. Then he can come to respond to them, or you can opt for oral answers, which he could submit to you as the MP, and then you can use it. That's in writing. He will do that in writing. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we move to item 6. But before we do so, I will have to ask for 15 minutes suspension of sitting to urgently attend to an urgent matter that my attention has just been drawn to in my lobby here. So I'll just rush there and come. 15 minutes. It should be done. Thanks so much. House, the sitting is accordingly suspended.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we will continue with questions. And I indicated before the suspension, we move to the questions under item 6. There are all 6 questions on education. And we'll start with question number 193. Who stands in the name of the Honorable Member for Commander Edina Eguafu Abrim, Honorable Samuel Attamills. Honorable Member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister for Education why the E-block at Intranwa in the Commander Edina Eguafu constituency is abandoned at 80% completion, and what plans the ministry has for the structure.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education has plans to complete the E-blocks that are advanced stages of completion, including the E-block at Intranwa. The project status is 54% completion, contrary to the 80% alleged by the questioner. The government will make provision in the Get Fund financing program for its completion, subject to availability of funds. Mr. Speaker, an earlier response on all E-block projects was given on the floor of Parliament on the 9th of February 2022, detailing the plans of government to complete all projects that are advanced stage of completion. Reference should therefore be made to that response in relation to all E-block projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, any supplementary?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, running up to the 2020 elections, the spokesperson for Ministry of Education was arguing on radio that that school has been completed and it had students in that school. How does a minister reconcile this, a completed school with kids in it, with now saying that it's 54% completed?
Yes, Minister. Sorry, I've seen your Majority Chief Whip on his feet. Yes.
Speaker, with respect, you drew our attention earlier on to Order 68.5. And I know my colleague may be asking other follow-up questions. So he should be guided accordingly. Order 65, Order 68.5. Speaker is clear.
I'm aware of that.
Yes.
The member is simply trying to get the minister to respond to the percentage that this is a completed structure with some students already utilizing. How can you reconcile that with your current position that is 54% completed? Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I didn't hear the radio pronouncement and never heard anything from the spokesperson of the ministry regarding this particular project. Mr. Speaker, what I have on record is what I have disclosed to this Honorable House.
Yes, any further supplementary?
Yes, sir, Right Honorable Speaker. There were desks in that school and they were removed right after the 2017 elections. Now, the people of that town.
Honorable Member, supplementary question.
When is this school going to be completed?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I indicated in my response that the GET Fund has a plan for completion of all E-blocks at advanced stage of completion, subject to availability of funds. Any detailed discussions on the school in my honorable colleague's constituency, of course, I can have one-to-one discussion with him, but there's a general policy that E-blocks are going to be completed as we did this year with Aflao and other places that have been completed. Mr. Speaker, I want to indicate that I'll still reference what I said earlier, that all E-blocks at advanced stages of completion will be done by GET funds subject to availability of funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, have you yourself visited the school?
Mr. Speaker, I have not, but I'll be more than happy to visit the school, and I'm going to take interest in this.
Mr. Minister, are you aware that the school had been supplied with furniture before the 2020 elections?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of that, but I'll look into it immediately.
Okay. The last supplementary from member, if any.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm glad that the minister has come out with whatever he said. Now the people of Ntanwa know that the stories that they were told
member, you
were
are
not right.
completely out of order.
Thank you very much. The statement is made.
Definitely, the political capital has been achieved, but by the standing orders, you are out of order. Yes, Honorable Kwame Abuja.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I want to find out from the Minister, in the first paragraph of his answer, he said the government will make provision, will make provision in the GET Fund financing program for the completion of the project. Mr. Speaker, we know GET Fund is a dedicated fund for education, and we know the formula and everything. Mr. Speaker, may I ask from the find out from the Minister, how much has been allocated based on your own projection for the completion of E-blocks in the 2022 budget?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records. I don't have the amount that has been allocated. I know allocation was made on the floor of this House, and all of us are aware that allocations were made. I will find out, Mr. Speaker, and relate that to this House accordingly.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I know from the Minister how many E-blocks that you project to complete this year? How many of them?
That is this year? Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we project to complete about 5 of them. I don't have the specific locations with me, but just like we did last year, we are going to complete a number of them this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, he stated 5 for completion this year. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to find out from the Minister if he can tell this House how many E-blocks that are left to be completed. How many E-blocks are left to be completed?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will bring the exact number to my colleague, but I know that it's approximately 100 at various stages of completion. Some are just at the foundation level, others are progressed to about 50, others to about 70. I can get my colleague the breakdown, but I don't have the specific breakdown with me, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Kofi Adams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister in his answer said completing E-blocks at Ntranwa and others at advanced stage.
We don't know what he means by advanced. Mr. Speaker, can the minister help us? His definition of advanced stage.
Advanced stage of completion. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it ranges from 50% plus to about 90%, or sometimes can be 99%. So that is the range that we believe is advanced. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Minister. We'll move on to the next question. That question stands in the name of the Honorable Member for Wasa East Constituency, Honorable Isaac Ajay Mensah. Please, you may ask your question now.
If it pleases Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ajay Mensah has delegated me to ask the question instead.
You say if it pleases me, the Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. With your permission.
I'm not here for my pleasure. I'm here to serve you.
Okay,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
So please go on.
Okay, thank you very much. I rise to ask the Minister for Education, when the 6-unit classroom block gets funded, project is Secretary Himan, a 3-classroom unit block get fund project in Akrofi, and a 3-unit classroom block get fund projects in Kwafukrum in the Wasa East District will be completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the 6-unit classroom block project at Secretary Himan is being constructed by Mrs. Anomanuel Company Limited and supervised by Akufo and Associate KSPM Limited. The project is 65% complete and Get Fund has honored all payments due the contractor. The contractor, Mrs. Anomanuel, has abandoned site. The supervising consultant is taking steps to ensure the return of the contractor to enable him complete the project for the school. The 3-unit classroom block project at Akrofi Basic is being constructed by Mrs. Nazak Construction Limited and supervised by Akufo and Associates KSPM Limited. The project is 30% complete and again Get Fund has honored all payments due the contractor. The contractor, Mrs. Nazar Construction Limited, has abandoned site. The supervising consultant is taking steps to ensure the return of the contractor to complete the project for the school. The project at Kwafukrum Basic is also 3-unit. It's a 3-unit classroom block being constructed by Mrs. Nazak Construction Limited and supervised by Akufo and our associate KSPM Limited. The project is 80% complete. Get Fund is working on paying the contractor for work done to enable the contractor to return to our site. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. In the Minister's answer, he said the contractors, 2 contractors have abandoned sites. Could you please expatiate on this? How? Why did they abandon the sites? Thank you.
The question is, the Minister aware of why they have abandoned sites? All the 3 contractors?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, why they
Yes,
abandoned
Minister,
sites?
are you aware the reason why they abandoned sites?
Mr. Speaker, contractors abandon sites for a variety of reasons, but in this particular instance, especially for the first 2, they've been paid. All their certifications have been honored. Certificates have been honored, so I'm not sure as to why they've abandoned site. The last one, Get Fund, has indicated that they are working on paying the contractor so that they can return to site. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, any further supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The Minister admitted that the contractors have abandoned sites. And I would like to know when this happened and why has it taken so long to get them back to site. Thank you.
The question is whether the minister is aware of when they abandoned sites. When? Is that the question?
Yes, when? And when are they coming back?
Yes.
What has he done to bring them back to
Minister,
site?
are you aware?
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware, but I'll find out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. So kindly follow up. You have another supplementary?
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We move on to question number 268, who stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Wulensi, Honourable Abukari Dawuni. Honourable Member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister of Education whether there are plans to complete the E-Block project at Napaile, meant for a community day senior high school. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Okay, good. Mr. Speaker, the Community Day Senior High School at Napaile was awarded to Mrs. Sofo Azoka Company Limited as part of the Phase 1 of the E-Block project. The project in question forms part of government plans to complete all E-Blocks and that are at advanced stages of completion and will therefore make provision for funding to complete this project subject to availability of funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary?
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for the answer. But then, I want to further find out whether there are timelines within which funding can be secured for the completion of the project.
You want to know from the Minister whether there are funds, timelines within which
funds will be available to complete the project. Thank you, sir.
Well, the Minister, you may answer.
Mr. Speaker, it forms part of the priority E-Block project, but don't have specific timelines, at which time this specific E-Block will be completed.
Honourable Member, any supplementary?
Right, Honourable Speaker, I should thank the Minister. For now, I've ended the question for this time around.
Thank you so much. We now move to question number 270. It stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Tyne, Honourable Adama Sulemana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Education whether there are plans to construct administration blocks for the following senior high schools in the Tyne constituency: Badu Secondary Technical Senior High, Nsoko State Senior High, and Menje Agriculture Senior High School. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the schools indicated, that is Badu Secondary Technical High School, Nsoko State Senior High School, and Menje Agricultural Senior High School, will be programmed to have new administration blocks subject to availability of funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member. Any supplementary?
No, Mr. Speaker.
So you are aware that they are not programmed? is when the funds are available that they will be programmed. Okay. So you are satisfied. Then we move on. We now will call on the member for Ablikumanov, Honorable Miss Sheila Battels, to ask her question, which is question number 699. Honorable member, you may do so now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister for Education what measures the ministry is putting in place to A, curb the widespread reports of leaked examination papers, and B, to implement stringent mechanisms against such examination malpractice. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The West Africa Examinations Council, WAEC, has adopted strategies for the prevention of leakages and foreknowledge in order to safeguard the integrity of examinations. The following are strategies adopted by WAEC. These layers of security will safeguard the question paper packets. That's strategy 1. Deployment of biometric access control device at the security printing division to ensure that only authorized staff enter the premises. B, strict bodily searching of persons entering and exiting the press house. C, CCTV monitoring of all activities relating to the production of question papers. D, use of tamper-proof envelopes to seal question papers. E, packing of sealed questions in plastic self-sealing envelopes. F, bagging of packets in security bags. G, use of security seals on the bags to ensure that no one has access to the packets while in transit. H, use of combination locks to lock the security bags to ensure that no one has unnoticed access to the packet before the code is released to the depot keepers. And I, fortification of depots where question papers are kept. Strategy 2, the Council engages the Ministry, GS, and other agencies to undertake sensitization of the candidates and the public on examination malpractices, its effect on candidates and the society, as well as the punitive actions candidates and schools stand to face for engaging in such acts. 3, the Council is pursuing the introduction of alternative parallel papers in assessing candidates. The first step was randomizing the options of the question test for the BECE 2021. It was observed that this action reduced the circulation of answers online. Once students and school administrators realized that whatever they had received as solutions and responses to questions were not useful, their attention shifted to properly preparing candidates for the examination. The ultimate goal of the Council is to have candidates in the same examination room take different questions of the same difficulty level so as to prevent collusion through the serialization of tests. 4, the Council solicited the support of the National Intelligence Bureau and National Security for deployment of persons to augment security at the press during the printing of 2021 BEC question papers. This was in addition to the presence of personnel from the Ghana Police Service and WAEC Security. The Council will once again solicit the support of the NIB in its operations for 2020. Mr. Speaker, Strategy 5, question papers in batches under police escort to limit and be 24-hour at all depots where kept. Strategy 6, the Council takes decisive action against any of its staff whose action or inaction have led to a security breach. All suspected security breaches are also reported to the Criminal Investigation Department of the Ghana Police Service to allow for independent investigations. Teachers, supervisors, and invigilators who have been called for indulging in examination irregularities are reported to the Ghana Education Service for necessary actions to be taken. Some of these persons have been interdicted pending termination of their appointment by the Ghana Education Service Council. Mr. Speaker, the Council has constituted an examination monitoring team that monitors the activities of the examination officials and other stakeholders. A number of persons have been arrested and handed over to the CID for various offences, including operations of rogue websites where they sell claimed questions and responses to patrons. Number 8, the results of candidates who are reported by examiners during marking for suspected collusion will be withheld to allow for thorough investigation. The scripts of the candidates will be scrutinized and the results cancelled if the collusion is confirmed. Number 9, the Council will continue to take punitive action against schools that indulge in massive irregularities and violence against examination officials. Candidates from such schools will be made to take the examination in another school, and in some cases, the recognized school number will be withdrawn, thereby preventing the school from presenting candidates for future examinations. Mr. Speaker, the West African Examination Council is committed to the conduct of credible examinations. It will continue in pursuing efforts in dealing with all forms of examination irregularities that threaten the entire education system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's quite a very lengthy answer. Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary? Yes. Any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go on.
Mr. Speaker, I realized from the Honourable Minister's response that the WAEC, which is the entity conducting the examination...
Honourable Member, supplementary question.
Yes.
No address.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask the Honourable Minister what is being done by the government, if possible, to police WAEC, because it seems as if WAEC is policing itself, and I'm not too sure whether we would be able to get the kind of results we're looking for. Thank you.
Minister, her question is clear. What is government doing to police WAEC instead of allowing WAEC to police itself?
Mr. Speaker, during my responses, I indicated how irregularities are reported to the NIB and the police CID and other investigative bodies. At that point, the issues are not in the hands of WAEC. But I can understand my colleague asking the question of, is there an oversight entity for WAEC? That's a question of a policy, WAEC being an international examination body, and I accept her question as a recommendation, and I will pursue that to see if, in fact, we have that legal framework and authority to do the policing as has been alluded to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the Honourable Minister for the measures that have been put in place so far and hope that it will help curb the leaked exam issues. Thank you.
Difficulty in trying to get members to stop these addresses and the rest. Maybe you have to look at your standing orders again. and give some leeway for members to make the comments and to address us before. Well, they usually say they are laying the foundation. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, running through the answers provided by the Minister, it appears it's all about putting fear in the students. What is the role of the counseling and guidance at the various institutions? What is their role in helping, demystify examination, so that at least the students will have the necessary confidence to meet, to write any examination without recourse to, external support. Thank you.
Counseling and guidance units, what are they doing in this respect? Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ to say that all the measures taken is about putting fear. Serialization of examination questions is to ensure that you don't have an opportunity to cheat and that your questions are different from that of your colleagues. So that is not about putting fear in the children. But I also want to concede that counseling is very important. And therefore, even though there are counselors attached to the various districts, we need to step up and make sure that students will be counseled to know that when they prepare and put their minds to everything that they are determined to do, they will do well. And therefore, they should not even attempt to cheat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, is it not important for us to have a guidance and counseling officer in every institution? When you put them at the level of the district, the operational difficulties and challenges are not easy. Can we get them to the schools? At least it's good to have somebody there counseling them, guiding them on these courses and even examination.
Mr. Speaker, I would take this as a great advice for a person who knows more about education and about what we do to make schools work. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a great advice. Mr. Speaker, in senior high schools, there are counselors. But the same cannot be said about the primary schools and the junior high schools. So I think it's a good idea for us to look at how we can, even if it's a cluster of schools and there's a counselor allocated, that will really serve the primary and junior high schools very well. So, Mr. Speaker, it's something that I believe we need to work on to make sure that counselors are available to students at every level of the education ladder. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very necessary to have them at that early stage, because sometimes our culture and tradition, even against left-handed people, and that's naturally how they are created, but we stand to. So if we have them at that level to counsel and get to the parents, I even let the parents know that there's nothing wrong with somebody being left-handed, it could help. Yes, honorable members, we'll move to the next question. And the question stands in the name of the honorable member for Botiano English Amanfro, Honorable Sylvester Tete.
Thank you.
Question number 701. Honorable member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like to ask the Minister for Education how the ministry plans to address the major management challenge of school supervision, especially at the basic and secondary school levels. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is question number 700.
701.
301. I don't have it in this book. Mr. Speaker, I don't have the response in there.
That we have question number 701 at page 3 of the order paper.
Okay.
But in the answers.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I have it. It's not in the order paper, but I have it here. It wasn't printed.
There's a problem. The answer has not been captured in the order paper.
No, please.
You don't have it in your lesson?
Unfortunately, I don't have 701, but I have 702.
Yes, so we have both, 701 and 702. But in the answer sheet, we have 700.
I have 700.
At page
yes,
16.
Yes.
And 702 at page 18.
Yes, sir.
Honorable member, the answer numbered 700. Is it in response to your question 701?
Honorable Speaker, is not the answer to my question 701.
Unfortunately, the answer to question 701 has not been captured in the order paper. So please, table office, follow up and get that answer, and then we'll reschedule for the minister to come and answer. So you may now go on with your question numbered 702. Honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister for Education the meaning of the 1990 plan on communities of excellence, which was mentioned in the National Education Week. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the goal of the Community of Excellence program is to enhance community engagement in education so that all children can read and write at grade level by age 10. Achieving this goal will have a number of significant longer-term benefits for communities as these literate children progress through the education system. This can be described as a 1990 strategy where the initiative is envisioned to achieve the following. If 90% of children at age 10 in the participating communities are able to read and write meaningfully, then over time, 90% of these children will be able to progress from junior high school to senior high school, and ultimately, 90% of these children will then be able to transition from senior high school to tertiary. The longer-term aim of the program, therefore, is to provide a catalyst for socioeconomic transformation within communities, which will help to ensure more equitable economic growth and address significant issues of rural-urban migration. Mr. Speaker, communities of excellence will take an inclusive and participatory approach by collaborating with traditional leaders, local businesses, families, healthcare providers, social workers, and municipal assemblies to ensure students and their schools are not just part of the community, but through an initial focus on improved literacy, serves as hubs for the development and positive change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, any supplementary question?
Right, Honorable Speaker, no further question.
Honorable members, we come to the end. Yes, ranking member for education.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. There is a question numbered 700, which has not been asked.
Yes, the honorable member for Ablekumanov. It looks like your question numbered 700 has not been asked and it's not been answered. Are you ready now to ask that question?
I would like to ask the question, Mr.
Please go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Honorable Minister of Education is to ask what reforms are being instituted to empower students to explore and easily diversify their education careers through a more flexible curricular and overall education system? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the ministry has plans to reform the secondary education curriculum to make it both specialized and well-rounded enough to meet the needs of all students. The approach to this reform is the learning pathway concept that addresses issue of equity in educational provision and academic progression. A learning pathway is a carefully constructed sequence of steps or activities for acquiring a specific combination of knowledge necessary to achieve a desired proficiency level in a subject area in the shortest possible time. It is a learning and development trajectory based on the individual or group of students' needs. Learning pathways support the learner in building competencies, understanding, and knowledge progressively. It also creates opportunities for learners on a singular learning pathway to progress on one curriculum with differentiation in the courses studied, or allow learners to progress on different pathways by choose from the various courses, programs, and learning opportunities offered. In both cases, learners are allowed to earn academic credit and satisfy graduation requirements. Regarding the revised senior high school curriculum, there will be one curriculum which provides regular pathway which with enhancements and acceleration to create options for those learners who are identified as gifted and talented or needing academic intervention or catch-up. In terms of the pathways, a student may move between pathways according to the ongoing assessment of their progress and learning. There will also be differentiated teaching and assessment within a given pathway. The identification of which pathway a student should be placed on initially is reliant on pre-assessment. Mr. Speaker, it implies an expansion of educational options beyond the one-course-fit-all sequences offered to students. The concept applies to educational experiences at the high school level that occur within and outside traditional classroom settings of schools, such as internships, apprenticeships, independent research projects, online classes, travel, community service projects. Students may earn grace credit or other forms of academic recognition for completing a learning pathway experience. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from the Minister, at what point can a senior high school student who would want to change over from either science or arts to TVET, at what point can they make that switch? And is it possible to make that switch? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, students make decisions as whether to do TVET or science, business, or general arts when they are entering senior high schools. In majority of the high schools, headmasters are flexible enough to allow for a change during the first few weeks of enrollment at the school, and these decisions are left to these headmasters who are professionals and to parents who have to interface and have discussions with headmasters regarding requests for change of programs or courses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, any further supplementary?
No, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable members, we've come to the end of question time, and I want to thank the Minister for Education for attending upon the House to respond to these questions. Honourable Minister, you are discharged. Honourable members, I am going to give you notice because I'm going to direct the Public Affairs Department, who are responsible for capturing what is happening here to the whole world, to from time to time zone on those who have decided to constitute themselves into some meetings and always engage in conversation, for your constituents to have evidence to be able to assess you as to whether you are representing them or you are having fun on the floor of the House. Please kindly take notice that this directive will take effect from the next sitting of the House. Public Affairs Department, you are hereby directed to, from time to time, zone on the members who are in conversation and not participating in the proceedings of the House. This will help lessen the level of noise on the floor. I so direct. Honourable members, we now move to, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, with respect, I seek your leave for us to vary the order of business and go on to presentation of papers and take item 8D for Daniel. Speaker, and I'll seek your leave to do the laying on your behalf. Speaker, if it pleases you.
Honourable Majority Chief Whip, I thought the understanding was that we'll handle these three statements that have been pending. Then when we go to public business, we'll handle the rest. I'm available.
Speaker, I will defer to you.
Yes, so honourable members, the Speaker has been guided as to how statements will be delivered and how comments will be made on the floor. From now on, any member coming to make a statement must make sure that it is done within 5 minutes. Not more, not less. Those going to make comments must make sure that they make their comments within 3 minutes so that we can manage the time and have enough for other businesses. Some businesses have been pending for a long time now. So we are going to implement that starting from today, and you will be timed off. And so when it's 5 minutes and you are talking, nobody is hearing you, it's not being recorded. What you need to do after the 5 minutes is to get in touch with the Hansard office to make sure that your whole statement is captured in the official reports of the House. And then you can now handle the rest with the media. Thank you so much. So we'll move to item 7, statements. We'll start with the statement that was to be delivered yesterday, but had to be deferred to today. And that statement stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Afran Plains North, Honourable Betty Nana Ifua Crosby Mensah. Honourable Member, you may deliver your statement now, and you have 5 minutes to do so.
Yes. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to deliver a statement on the occasion of World Menstrual Hygiene Day, which was observed on the 28th of May 2022. The World Menstrual Hygiene Day is an annual awareness day observed on the 28th May of every year to highlight the importance of a good menstrual hygiene management at the global level. It is aimed at changing the narrative and creating awareness around menstrual hygiene. Millions of women and girls around the world are stigmatized, marginalized, and discriminated against simply because they menstruate. The theme for the World Menstrual Hygiene Day 2022 is to create a world where no woman or girl is held back because they menstruate by 2030. Mr. Speaker, The day was created by a German-based non-profit organization, Wash United, in 2013, to observe menstrual hygiene as well as give awareness to normalize the many challenges of menstruation that women and adolescent girls experience every month, such as access to good hygiene condition, religious and cultural discrimination, pain, discomfort, etc. Mr. Speaker, the day provides a platform for governments, agencies, NGOs, individuals, the private sector, the media, and other stakeholders to enhance their support and advocacy strategies to promote better menstrual hygiene practices and ensure that every woman and girl is carried along. The World Menstrual Hygiene Day offers the opportunity to remind our communities and stakeholders to understand the fact about menstruation as a biological process, to understand that women and adolescent girls go through to enable procreation and our very existence on this earth. It is important for all to appreciate that menstruation is a fact of life. And if women do not menstruate, Mr. Speaker, the human race will become extinct. Mr. Speaker, millions of women and girls are stigmatized, marginalized, and discriminated against simply because they menstruate. For some, the onset of menstruation signals that a girl is ready for marriage and childbearing, even if she herself is still a child. For some women, it also means a squandered opportunity since they are unable to attend school due to the pain and discomfort or lack of personal hygiene supplies. It even entails the loss of dignity for many others and therefore becomes school dropouts. For some women, it is a source of embarrassment as they are confined to menstruation tents and forbidden from sharing meals and associating with others. Mr. Speaker, to observe this day, it is important to break the silence on menstrual hygiene for us women and adolescent girls. Let us use this day to raise awareness and to help change the negative narrative about menstruation as being evil, whilst we use the opportunity to educate our women and girls on good hygiene practices and how to properly dispose of our used sanitary materials. Mr. Speaker, discrimination against women because of their menstrual cycle should be frowned on at all levels. Women and girls should not be denied access to education, income, equal opportunities of participation because they menstruate. Mr. Speaker, another area of concern is that the inability of women and girls to procure sanitary products. The imposition of high taxes on sanitary wares is discriminatory and retrogressive to Ghana's efforts at promoting a more equitable society, since it is a natural phenomenon that affects only women. To ensure access to inhabited menstrual hygiene products for women and girls, government should, with immediate effect, Mr. Speaker, consider scrapping the 20% tax imposed on hygienic products, such as sanitary pads, and possible making available free sanitary pads and supplies to schoolgirls to give them the comfort and confidence to carry on. We must all act now to protect womanhood by ensuring that no woman or girl is hurt because they menstruate. Let us all work together to achieve this aim by the year 2030. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the recognition.
Yeah.
Any comments? Yes, Honorable Hadjaladi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement. Mr. Speaker, the issue of menstrual hygiene has been in this House severally, and we have contributed and ensured that we've made suggestions, but to no avail. Mr. Speaker, menstruation by any female is a natural occurrence, there is no lady or woman worth its salt who menstruates because she wants it or she's interested in it. It is natural, Mr. Speaker, and for that matter, it's not an issue of an ego where the person thinks that I want to do it. It is a need. It has to happen. And every single human being under this sun who has been given birth by a woman, that woman would have surely gone through a menstrual cycle. And any woman who doesn't have menstruation definitely has a problem and would wish to have menstruation. We need the support of all men and women, leaders, politicians, and what have you, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the girl child is supported with menstrual pads. Mr. Speaker, this initiative was taken up by the former government and sanitary pads were distributed in schools. All of a sudden it stopped. Many people do not understand what women go through or the girl child goes through when they are menstruating. It is a period that the woman or the girl has to take care of herself properly and does not want anybody to know that she is having her menstruation. So, Mr. Speaker, you can imagine a girl who doesn't have the sanitary pad and is not properly prepared in school. Some of these girls today menstruate even at the primary level, that is at the basic school, the JSS, not to talk of the senior high school, Mr. Speaker. And most of the girl child that need support are those in the rural areas. Mr. Speaker, some of them go as far as using unhygienic things to prevent themselves from being soiled. And most of them, as has been rightly stated by the maker of the statement, even stop school because of the embarrassment that it comes with when they soil their uniforms. Yet we sit and we say we want to project the girl child. Mr. Speaker, there is a need, and I wish to plead with your humble office that you kindly take it up and we ensure that at least the 20% tax from sanitary pads the girl child needs should be taken off. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, let us go back to the issue of free.
Yes, the honorable gentleman in front of me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support and share the sentiments by my colleague MPs on the other side of the political divide when it comes to the attention and the concentration we need to actually accord the girl child when it gets to this stage of their life, 100%, especially those who are found at the bottom of our social stratification, extremely less endowed or indigent. There should be a program, a policy that will support them in having access to quality product when it comes to what they need. The only aspect that, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to critically review, especially statement made by Honorable Betty Nana Efua Crosby Mensah with respect to taxation or taxes. Mr. Speaker, I share a different view. I do that on that simply because we need to understand the situation in which we find ourselves first when it comes to our fiscal space as a country. Before some of these statements are put into the public domain to incur, in my opinion, unproductive pressure from other external stakeholders. What I mean is that we are in an era that we all know we are working hard to restore the consolidation of our fiscal space. We cannot.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to say is that we can't do the classification of the segments and find out that these segments within our social stratification, we can support them free stuff that they are talking about. However, the suggestion or proposition that we need to probably have these products sent into our country without taking taxes, I disagree. One, other recalcitrant or unscrupulous people take undue advantage of our economy. Two, our situation today do not support some of these statements and policy shifts that we want to entertain. So I am saying that as much as I support every single statement that they've made, as much as I support the Ghanaian young girl whose parents might not have had the economic capacity or strategic position to acquire these things for the benefit of their health and other social needs, the aspect of allowing importers to import these products without taxes, Mr. Speaker, I respectfully disagree. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I am still watching the honourable member who just finished his contribution because he is still continuing with the submissions, trying to convince the honourable ladies around him that what he said in good faith and is correct. But I am entitled to disagree with you. Yes, the ladies. Which of you is senior? Yes. Yes. You should have the first bite.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Seniority is good. I'm older than you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Age is good for today. Mr. Speaker, menstrual habits in Ghana are still hampered by sociocultural and religious limitations. In many parts of our country, when girls are having their menstruation, they are still kept away from performing some activities. It's biology, and I'm hoping that our country will take steps led by the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection to ensure that our girls are allowed the freedom to experience their womanhood without the limitations. Mr. Speaker, I rise also to add my voice to that of the maker of the statement. I myself has presented a copy of my own statement to your office, but I haven't received any feedback yet. So I'm grateful for this opportunity to add my voice to the fact that it is truly a debilitating effect that the obnoxious tax of the luxury, the tax called luxury tax on sanitary pads, 10 cedis for one, Mr. Speaker. And as it is, some girls have their period in 3 days, some in 5, and some in 7 days. If you have a 7-day cycle, it means that you have 10 cedis a day or 20 cedis a day times the 7 days. The cost of the sanitary towel has risen because of the taxes that are put on these sanitary towels. If you come from a rural community such as I, and you have our children staying at home for 7 days because they cannot afford sanitary towels, then nobody should be asking us to pay taxes on these commodities. I want to also urge the state and people who have the wherewithal and the resources to have factories to produce these reusable sanitary towels so that our girls can afford it. The disposable ones may be expensive, but if we teach them how to use the fabric, and I know that some NGOs are already in the process of doing that, some are sharing, and I had a couple of them come to support me on Monday. They brought some samples for us. Those reusable ones should be encouraged. The Ministry of Education should also take an interest in how our girls have easy access to sanitary towels, so that they are not hindered academically. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to add my voice.
Well, from the guidance I have from leaders, I think we are giving them more than the number. They guided me to allow 2 from each side of the house. And so I will end here and move to the next statement. I'm sorry, Honorable Lady, I'm sorry. I totally agree with you, the ladies, because you should even be compensated for having menstruation. Well, that's what leads to the birth and to our existence. It's true that we all came to the world. And the women should be compensated for that, not taxed. Yes, I disagree with government position on this matter. Not just this government, I think future governments who are going to continue it, I will disagree with them. There should be no taxation on these things, no. Yes, the next statement stands in the name of Honorable Dr. Zaneto Ajiman Rollins, who wants to once again reiterate the devastating effects of the floods in Accra. Honorable Member, it's your time to deliver the statement. Yes, Minority Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, my colleague is unavailable, absent. If we could take the next statement whilst we try to reach out to her. Since you have.
Thank you. The next statement stands in the name of the Honorable Member for Jirapa, Honorable Kletu Seydou Dapla, on the odious murder of Richard Badobie. That's a lawyer. Yes, Honorable Member, you may make the statement now.
Let me see.
Me too.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. A statement made by Honorable Kletu Seydou Dapla, Member of Parliament for Jirapa. Huh? Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to report the painful death of Richard Badobie Esquire, an illustrious son of Jirapa, who was tragically murdered by an unidentified armed man on May 28, 2022, between the Banda Ponta and Noiri on the Bone-Bombay Highway. Whilst he was traveling to Jirapa, Mr. Speaker, the 40-year-old lawyer was born on 1st May 1981. He attended the Nandom Senior High School and proceeded to the University of Ghana, where he obtained a bachelor's degree. He served briefly as a teacher at the Tumu Senior Technical High School in the Sisala East District and returned to the University of Ghana Law School. He was a highly knowledgeable individual who has authored 2 books in his life. He was a practicing lawyer and co-founded the Latte Badobie and Associate Law Firm in Accra. Mr. Speaker, I am saddened and extremely livid at the thought of the unthinkable circumstances under which Richard died. He was shot and killed in cold blood. For me, it's a deep personal loss of a nephew, friend, and dedicated working colleague. Until his grisly murder, Badobie had very promising leadership prospects and has demonstrated hard work, patriotism, and love of country. He has served the people of Jirapa as a member of the Municipal Assembly representing the Punchani electoral area since 2015. He was a catalyst for positive change and a role model for many young people. He was a cheerful and inspirational character, a responsible family man, and an honest public figure. Mr. Speaker, the gruesome murder of Mr. Bodombie happened at a time where several of such incidents, including extrajudicial killing by the police who are supposed to protect citizens, was unaccounted for. Our security and judicial system have failed severally to deliver justice and bring perpetrators of those vile acts to face the rigors of the laws. In recent times, many families have had to nurse the same wounds inflicted on the hearts of the families and friends of Mr. Bodombie without any promise of retribution. The lack of deterrence to crime is becoming a green light for many crimes. Mr. Speaker, this cannot continue. I call on the law enforcement agencies, especially the Ghana Police Service, to quicken the pace of investigating this crime and bring the perpetrators to book. We demand justice. We demand swift justice under law. Mr. Speaker, we do not want the usual situation where investigations drag on for almost forever and nothing happens to perpetrators of crimes at the end of it all. For constant denial of justice is a catalyst for anarchy and harbinger of societal breakdown. It is a threat to our national security and the survival of our very democracy, since citizens may eventually resort to other means of seeking justice outside our security and judicial system. Mr. Speaker, I take the opportunity to extend my heartfelt condolences to Mrs. Bodombie and the 3 children, the extended family, and the people of Kunchani electoral area. I pray for God's divine consolation for them in this trying moment. My thoughts and prayers are with them. May the soul of Richard Bodombie rest in perfect peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, well done. You finished before the 5 minutes. Yes, any comments? Yes, the Honorable Member for Wa West.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to a statement ably delivered by my brother, the MP for Jirapa, Cletus Dapla. I can see it was so difficult for him to even read because even as at this morning, he was still shedding tears in his office. Richard Bodombie, a lawyer, 40-year-old, very promising lawyer, a wonderful young man from Jirapa Kunchene with several leadership skills, was my schoolmate in Legon. Richard Bodombie, on the fateful day I was in Wa, I woke up in the morning on Saturday when I heard that he was also on his way coming to go to Jirapa for a funeral and was shot dead in cold blood. The people of Kunchene, the people of Upper West, the people of Ghana are so grateful to the Ghana Police Service for the speedy reaction in getting 3 people arrested. All we are waiting for is the connection between the arrest of the 3 people and the crime that has been committed. We do pray that we'll speed up action and get this dastardly act committed to the dustbin and the criminals arrested and be made to face the rigors of the law. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to stand here and share my condolences with the family of Bodombie and to let them know that the whole of Ghana's parliament is actually sharing the pain with them. And at this particular moment, the people of Jirapa are saying Ghana is in a state where all of us must become part-time police officers. We have over 40,000 police officers in this country, but we need 30 million informants. And everybody sitting in this room should be able to provide information. We say, see something, say something. If this system is working, I am quite sure within the next 1 week, any criminal who had gotten involved in the dastardly death of Richard Bodombie, wherever you are hiding, you will be arrested. Mr. Speaker, on this brief note, I will continue to share my condolences with the Brick family and pray that nothing of such will happen again to any young man in this country, because the future of the country belongs to the youth. And if the young people of this country are being shot dead, recklessly like this, I don't think that we have a future. We should do something as a country to prevail upon every human being that we need to behave, and such crimes will be nipped in the bud. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Yes, let me allow the Member of Parliament for Bole Bamboy. The incident happened in your constituency.
Exactly so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all commend my colleague for bringing this issue up. I was already putting together a statement to address this issue in this House. Mr. Speaker, this sad event, unfortunately, took place in my constituency, the great Bole Bamboy constituency. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time I've spoken about high crime rates in that constituency. In 2020, we recorded about 6 robbery cases, 6 deaths. Just this year, Mr. Speaker, you have a lot of cases where you wake up and you are told that somebody has been killed and buried halfway. At least we have counted 5 incidents of this kind of crime. Mr. Speaker, what am I saying? I'm saying that that consistency has a high rate of crime rates, and that is the need for government, for all of us stakeholders to pay attention to that area. One will say that I don't come from the Bole Bamboy constituency. The landed lawyer who was murdered is not from that constituency. The vast nature of the constituency and the dispersed nature of the settlements, coupled with the fact that we have very poor communication network in that area, is one of the reasons why criminals will want to use that area for these heinous activities. Mostly these activities take place where there is no communication network. Then it becomes difficult for the victims to be able to communicate to the police and other people to save them. Mr. Speaker, I remember writing a letter in 2019 to the Minister of Interior and asking that, given the vast nature of that area, there's a need for us to have more police officers. In Bole, the population of the district is about 115,000 plus, and you have less than 80 police officers. It tells you that there's a challenge there. Again, Mr. Speaker, in terms of mobility, visibility, it's a problem because we do not have vehicles. So I wrote to the Minister of Interior, appealing to his office, needs some kind of attention so far as security is concerned. We share a boundary with La Côte d'Ivoire. And because of the gold activities in that area, you have a lot of foreigners coming in, using so many unapproved routes. And that also accounts for the fact that crime rate is going up. I wrote to the Minister of Interior suggesting that we need a police post at a place called Dollar Power, where most of these criminals find their way into our country. And Mr. Speaker, for your information, in 2016, a military officer was killed around this area. We are here to get attention for setting up a police post in this area. And so these are some of the problems.
Actually, I allowed it for some 50 seconds.
Sorry.
Honorable gentleman, because you are not on your seat, I always want people to get your name. You are not on your seat. Yes. You can comment on the statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You see, you are on the seat of Honorable Gifty Chum Ampofo, not on your seat. So I'm finding difficult to identify you. May you just tell us who you are? Yes, go on.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, my name is Dr. Stephen Amwa, MP for Ishiayeso.
Stevie. Stevie Amwa.
Yeah, yes. All right.
Yes. Honorable member, go on.
Father, thank you for giving your only son this opportunity. Mr. Speaker.
Please, whether people disagree with you or not, you are always candid and you stand by your principles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just as has been said by the maker of the statement, when it comes to issues of security, I think it has to be nationalistically taken extra serious. It's all over. It's been with us for so many years as a country. And it is time we approached it with a different concept and introduced new paradigm shift in dealing with this antisocial, scarcity and aberrant behaviors of those who think they have the right to disturb the peace of other Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, a total of 1,397 robbery cases were recorded at the end of the year 2016 as compared to 1,411 cases in the year 2015. It was a huge jump. Mr. Speaker, the same period, anybody here that used to travel between Ashanti region and northern region through Guahaf will bear with me that if you travel after 6 p.m., you have to be part of about 50 buses and other small cars to be escorted by the security agents. This is a fact near Kintampo area there. Now, if you come to even my constituency, Mr. Speaker, almost every week before 6 a.m. and after 7 p.m., somebody is robbed. I'm talking about this time. So it is an issue that to me in Ghana here, all of us must not heap scorn on the fact that it's happening in somebody's constituency. It is a nationalistic issue. You might not know where you find yourself at a particular point in time one day. I am quite surprised that even though the policemen are doing their best, Mr. Speaker, sometimes you see unregistered motorbikes all over, passing through barriers. Police are there. Just last week I stopped to question one policeman that did you see it near near where the mosque, the big mosque is, Kawukudi area. I want to find out whether our policemen are indeed doing what they are supposed to do, fighting these recalcitrant armed robbers in our society, or targeting only MPs. Mr. Speaker, a lot of the policemen are doing well. Some of them too, however, their actions and inactions, directly, indirectly, are supporting even robbery and stealing in our society. Mr. Speaker, I would like to also tell the public that they should not harbor relevant pieces of information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for West Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement and to also sympathize with the family of Richard Odombia for this great loss. Mr. Speaker, this gentleman was a young man, progressive, hardworking, and a good representative of his people, both as a region and as a family. We know him as a very hardworking person, very committed person, and his future looked very bright until this act of evil that took his life. Mr. Speaker, his story could have been a story of any one of us who traveled through this road every now and then. And the pain about it is that this road and the accidents associated with it are so numerous that you can't recount all of them. It tells that we travel through danger every single time we travel between our constituency and Accra, and from Accra back to our constituency, because it's a route that the whole region has to pass through every single time you have to travel there. Mr. Speaker, when we heard about this event, it shocked everybody, because we thought that these people just wanted money, not the life of the gentleman. If they wanted money and stopped the car, what was the reason why they had to kill him? So I believe that there is much more to be found out in this matter than just the fact that he was killed. Was it armed robbery? Was it a contract killing? Was it just hate crime? Mr. Speaker, all this we have to find out about all these. The family is very hurt in this matter. And I just imagine the two children he has, the young wife he has, what they'll be doing with their lives at this stage, when this man lost his life the way he lost it. So it is something we need to reflect on much more deeply. And I'll be very happy if Mr. Speaker authorizes the police service to do something much more concretely on this road. And listening to the Bole Bomboy MP, it shows that there had always been a demand to do something on the road, and not much has been done. Today is a lawyer. Yesterday it was a policeman. The other day it was a bus that was hijacked and a number of people killed. Mr. Speaker, we don't know what the next thing will be. So I would want to urge you, Mr. Speaker, to give a directive for us, for the Minister of Interior to do something concrete about it. He himself travels on that road. And I believe that every single, if you make any suggestion as to his needed commitment to work on the road to ensure that the security network is tightened there, he definitely will find it necessary to do so. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you for the opportunity, and let me renew my sympathy again and condolences for the families of this man and for all the people of the Upper West region who saw this young lawyer as their own and wanted to see him rise to the level where there can be much more benefit from him than to his family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the last one, compelled to do so because of the issue. The honourable member for Nadoli Kaleo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement. I also want to commend the honourable member for Jirapa for bringing this matter up. My condolence also to the family, Richard Badumbie's family. Richard Badumbie was a friend and a brother, a comrade and a contemporary. I encountered him in 2000, post-secondary, and Tumu in the Sala East District, when he was then preparing to enter the university. He came across as a very smart, intelligent, and a very resourceful person of great convictions. Richard Badumbie would later house me in the university for about 1.5 years under the Pecha-Pechi relationship. So we're truly brothers. So the news of his demise, especially the circumstances surrounding his demise, hit all of us so hard. Richard Badumbie, from a very low beginning, worked very hard to see himself through school, only to have his life terminated under such circumstances. He was a true leader. Through basic education to secondary school, he was always a leader. At the university, he was the president of the Upper West Students' Union when I worked with him. Beyond that, when he wanted to pursue law, he was also the president of the Law Students' Union. Very principled. He later resigned that position based on principles when I encountered him. This is the person, a lawyer with limitless opportunity, that has his life terminated under such circumstances. Again, my condolence to the family. But his death has brought again into light the insecurity on our highways, particularly between Kumasi and in the north, as indicated by some other persons. I think we need to look at the policing we do, especially on the highways, because from the eyewitness account, Richard Bodombi was shot within a radius of 300 meters from the last police checkpoint. From the last police checkpoint. So it indicates that the checkpoints, the stationary checkpoints, are not doing enough to curb robberies on the way. And we need to review that. Probably pay more attention to patrols on the highways. Again, communities should realize that we are living with such persons. And when we see such issues, we should report them, because any other person could be a victim. And then thirdly, we need to look at access to arms in this country. Access to arms, the procedure in acquiring such arms. There are several illegal sources from which people procure these arms and conduct themselves in such ways. Unless we make a national issue out of these robberies, we are all at risk. Today, it is Richard Bodombi, and particularly we seated here, classified as a political class. We are not exempt from such attacks. And I want us to take a serious look at this and see what we could do as a house against such robberies. Once again, my condolences to the family. May the soul of Richard Bodombi rest in perfect peace. Thank you.
On behalf of the House, I want to convey the sincerest condolences of the members and staff of Parliament to the family and the district of the late legal luminary Bodombi. This House will have to do something to support the security agencies to be able not just to defend and protect us, but to enforce law and order. And so the relevant committees would need to invite the heads of these agencies and have some thorough discussion with them to assist us prioritize or reprioritize the essentials of our life. A serious value has just been lost. And we can't continue to dissipate our very scarce resources this way. So, honorable members, please, relevant committees, take up the matter, because this is becoming too rampant. But as the honorable member for Wa West stated, see something, say something. We need to strengthen our intelligence and research units. We need to plead with the Ghana Police Service and other security agencies to see the civilians as their friends. The pusher is also what is preventing the see something, say something. Please, you cannot do your duty without the civilian population. They are your friends, they are your brothers, they are your sisters. Let's work together. This House will do all we can to support the security agencies. Apart from the global threats, we have the national threats, and we are having individual threats. The first security starts with you. Please take care of yourselves. With this, I convey once more the deepest condolences to the family, particularly his young wife and children. And I want to end by saying that the good Lord himself will touch their hearts, and we should still continue to praise the Lord, because anything that happens to us happens for the good. So this, I thank the maker of the statement. We will now take the last statement because I've been told my daughter, the Honorable Dr. Senator, has come back from the other commitments. And so her statement, as I mentioned earlier on, is on the devastating effects of floods in Accra. And she wants to address the recent floods in Accra. Honorable Member, it's your turn to present the statement.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You didn't wish me a belated happy birthday, though, as your daughter.
Sorry?
You didn't wish me a happy birthday, though, as your daughter. It was
Well,
my birthday,
you are no
yes.
more in my hands now, so I've even forgotten your birthday. I'm a normal man, you know. The men usually don't recollect birthdays. It's the ladies who do. So forgive me for not recollecting that you were born today. I wish you the happiest birthday.
Belated. It was yesterday, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, kindly ask that the Hansa Department capture the full statement in its entirety so that I can read just the salient paragraphs due to the time constraints. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make a statement on the recent flooding that occurred in parts of Accra, including Odona, Abosiokai, Kanishi, Dansuman, Kwame Nkrumah Interchange, Alajo, and Agbogloshi, which left many homeless and stranded, left vehicles submerged under several feet of water, and washed away the produce of several market women and traders. Year after year, it's the same problem at the same time of year. When will this finally be resolved? On the night of 21st May, there was a heavy downpour, which had those of us in low-lying areas frightened. And then came the rainfall of Monday, the night of 23rd May, 2022, which exacerbated the level of angst and extent of damage already left in the wake of the previous rains. The levels of water reached as high as 6 feet in some areas. Mr. Speaker, statements in relation to flooding on this floor have been given perennially, lamenting over the issues without gaining enough traction. And 7 years down the line after the June 3rd disaster, the same disappointing story can be told. The impact on the economic, social, and even mental health status of victims is beyond what is easily perceived. The causes of flooding, both climate-related and man-made, include but are not limited to poor planning, building in waterways, lack of reservoirs, reduced green areas for water to seep into the soil, increased population density with an inadequate drainage capacity, and of course the discarding of solid waste, especially plastics, in our waterways. Furthermore, the performance audits report of the Auditor General on provision of flood control drains by the Hydrological Services Department of the Ministry of Works and Housing 2021 indicated that the Hydrological Services Department of the Ministry of Works and Housing invested over 117 million cedis within 5 years to construct 110 kilometers of drain to tackle flooding, but to date only 12 kilometers have been done. The report also indicated that the HSD did not construct any of the retention ponds targeted for 18 drainage basins, and to make matters worse, out of the 27 drainage projects, 15 had engineering defects that contributed to the flooding nationwide. According to the report, the main causes of flooding across the country could be attributed to defective drains, poor maintenance of existing drains, and failure to execute targeted drainage projects. I went around my constituency to assess the level of damage and interact with constituents who had been affected, and once again, it was clear that the floodwaters are no respecter of socioeconomic status, partisanship, or age group. My visit to the Odona market, for instance, was so heart-wrenching as the women, many of whom are single mothers like myself, had to pull together as they tried to salvage what was left of their produce and other items that they were selling. Mr. Speaker, to see elderly women in their 70s and 80s lamenting about loans they'd taken out to purchase goods that they were selling and wondering how they were going to repay these loans was heart-wrenching. Mr. Speaker, these hardworking women who put food on our tables and are yet the hardest hit, with hardly any buffers in place to support them when the disasters occur. Many of them whose small businesses are still reeling from the effects of lockdown and disruption to the supply chain, and then having been hit by 2 major floods in less than 72 hours was simply too much to bear. Walking into various homes and shops in the affected areas and seeing how resolute people were to rebuild as quickly as possible made me wonder what all the taxes that we pay are for, if at such a time our most vulnerable in society are left to their own devices and not provided with enough relief from such disasters, at a time when a government is happy to impose taxes and penalize people who do not pay them. The emotional anguish of these people was tangible, and the feeling of hopelessness to overcome as people kept asking when the problem would be resolved by the government. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, this House approved an amount of $200 million for the Greater Accra Resilient Integrated Development Project from the World Bank. This was meant to cover a period from 2020 to 2025. The minister at the time assured the House that the project would commence in October 2020. Unfortunately, this did not happen, and once again, we were reassured that in 2021, December last year, the project would begin. We are in May, and ironically, the flooding is worse now in some parts. 2 years after the funding was approved in Parliament, we're still waiting for the project to be executed as promised. The Odo River, which is part of the territory that's covered by the Garrett project, is in my constituency and is of great care to me, of great concern to me, I beg your pardon. In Klote-Kole, flooding affects many of our electoral areas, including Adebraka North, Adebraka Official Town, Asylum Down, Odorna, Osudoku, and even some parts of Osukinkanwe. Mr. Speaker, houses that hitherto did not suffer from flooding are now experiencing flooding. Unlike people who are in the middle and upper socioeconomic levels, most of the hardworking persons who are mostly affected by the floods do not have the relevant shock absorbers in place to cushion them from the devastating effects of the floods. And in the aftermath of the June 3rd disaster in 2015, many residents complained that a lot of the insurance companies were not prepared to cover the goods or their properties based on their geographical locations, which basically meant they had nothing to fall back on in the event of this disaster happening. As a nation, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I hope that whatever resources can be mobilized to support the affected person and start the engineering work will improve and maybe prevent the kind of disasters that we've seen, and further recommendations made by the Auditor General's Department taken seriously by the government and implemented if impact is to be made in the lives of those who've been devastated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Nilante Vandapoe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably delivered by my colleague, Member of Parliament for Klote. Mr. Speaker, this statement is so timely because tomorrow we will be celebrating the 7th anniversary of the disaster which hit all of us in Accra on the June 3rd, 2016. Mr. Speaker, we must ask ourselves lessons and ask whether we've been able to learn anything at all from what happened on the 3rd of June that year. We celebrate the day almost every day, but we continue to do the same things that led to that disaster. We continue to sit down and allow the rains to come before we do the routine maintenance regimes that we are supposed to be doing in order to clear the drains and get the water to flow when it rains. So much has been said about the amount of money that has been spent in clearing the Odo. But the Odo is not the only solution. The Odo is not the only solution to this problem of perennial flooding in Accra. The Odo may be the receptacle, but the other channels that lead to that receptacle are blocked. When there is no access for the Chemu to receive, the Mukose to receive, how will the Odo receive? So, we must begin to call our engineers to question and ask them, how can a country like Ghana continue to sit down and problems that have bedeviled us since 1960, we cannot find a solution to it? 1960. The problem that confronted us in 1960, that devil is still sitting down in our houses and living with us in the country in the year 2022. What is our problem? What is our problem as a country? So, Mr. Speaker, we cannot absolve ourselves of this blame as a people. We've killed our people. We've caused damage to property for many Ghanaians because we have refused to respond to the problem that confronts this country as a people. And I think that today, in addressing this issue again in this House, Mr. Speaker, I know your passion for the development of this country. I want this House, if we really have the muscle, to begin to question the people we give responsibility to address these issues. We should not allow this House to be another forum for just talking and allowing laissez-faire, allowing things to be the way they are. This House must begin to exercise and prove to the country that we also have a muscle to demand answers from people who are given responsibilities to discharge certain duties for us. Because those of us in Accra, and I'm happy my sister was delivering, I wonder how she's going to handle the myriad of problems that are confronting her today as a member of parliament for that area. I share in the sentiments because the overflow of her problems fall on me. Mr. Speaker, we the MPs in Accra are suffering.
Honorable Neil Lante Van Der Poel, all MPs are suffering, not only MPs in Greater Accra. Yes, we have to go back. I gave you 1 extra minute. So you are not cut off exactly at 3 minutes. I gave you 1 extra minute because of the seriousness of the problem. And really, the Committee on Works and Housing will have to do a lot of work on this matter. Yes, Honorable Emmanuel Bejira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me congratulate my honorable colleague, Member of Parliament for Clote Colley, for bringing this once again to the House for us to discuss the perennial flooding of Greater Accra region. Mr. Speaker, we all know the rains have started setting in, and therefore we need to educate our constituents as to what will be happening to us when our drains and rivers are clogged with things that we put in those drains. Mr. Speaker, technically, she has mentioned that the clogging of our drains, that's the choking of our drains with our own rubbish, sometimes leads to the overflow of running waters into our secondary drains. That causes this, causes the flooding. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, we all know most of these things are man-made. We build on waterways. We said it over and over again that building on waterways will prevent water to enter into the drains that's supposed to lead it to where it's supposed to go. But over and over, we allow people to build on waterways. MMDCs sign what we call development permit for people to build on waterways. And at the end of the day, His Excellency the President will ask them to demolish it. It is the same MMDCs that allows them to build on waterways. How can we be doing this into ourselves? If you know very well that building on waterways will cause flooding, and you allow yourself to be used to sign, building permit, and at the end of the day you go back and demolish the house, then there's definitely nothing good
in you, the MMDC, that has signed the thing? Because you are supposed to check whether...
Yes, a minute. Honorable members, in view of the nature of business before the House, I direct that sitting be held outside the normal prescribed hours. I so direct. Honorable member, continue.
And so I want to plead with all our MMDCs and assemblies, district assemblies and planning officers, that they should check plans that they send for signature or approval of development permits. They should check it. They should not just allow monetary consideration for them to just pass any building plans that passes through them. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, Garrett project has been on a drawing board for over and over. The Western Housing Committee has requested that Garrett project should by now take off. Over 200 million has been approved in this House. And today, we are still grappling with flooding in Accra. One of the solutions for this flooding in Accra has to do with Garrett. The collection of water ran off all the way from Eburi area would have been dealt with, so that we can have underground channels that will carry the water into Mukuse and the rest to the sea. But that money, we don't even know where it is. $200 million. And we are struggling with flooding in Accra. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to use this opportunity that Speaker will direct the minister to come and answer to this House. How come the 200 million has not been fully utilized, and what is the problem with the 200 million? So that we all know whether it's been used for any other or been diverted to any other, on any other department or used for any other thing. With this view, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this wonderful statement by my colleague member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, as someone who has lived in Asylum Down, clearly I can understand the frustration of my sister. I recollect, those days we would have to hold our baths when it rains, simply because your rooms and virtually everywhere in your house would get flooded. Just last week, on a WhatsApp page from my church, I still worship around the Asylum Down. The entire church got flooded. So it tells me that these issues, the issue of flooding, is something that needs critical attention. Mr. Speaker, it is clear, the minister has indicated that government has invested some 450 million in controlling flood in Accra. Yes, we have seen projects ongoing, we've seen programs running, but clearly there's a need to do more. Mr. Speaker, if you have ever lived or if you have ever witnessed periods where it's about to rain, especially along the gutters from Nima right through to Asylum Down to Adabaka and all of that, you will realize that much of the problems is actually within us. That is the period where people would want to throw dustbins into the big gutters because they feel that it's a free period for them to clear away their rubbish in their house. So, Mr. Speaker, whilst we call on government to invest heavily in that sector, it is important for us to also change our behavior. It's important to educate our populace that if you continue to throw rubbish in the gutters, it will get choked and eventually your house will get flooded. Mr. Speaker, one of the initiatives by government, which is before the Western Housing Committee, is a consideration of the hydrological bill. Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe that if we are to fast track the implementation or the passing of this bill, in that we would establish the hydrological authority and ensure that they have enough money, I'm sure they are able to solve most of these challenges, the fixing of gutters and all of that. Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on government to, as a matter of urgency, consider
consider allocating some portions of the sanitation levy into the hydro authority. I mean, they will need money to function, they will need money to construct more, new drains, at least from the sanitation levy and also probably the common fund levy. When we channel some money to that place, we would have an authority, that can be held responsible for flooding in our country. And I think that we'll be making a lot of headway in solving this perennial flooding that we continually see in Accra. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this statement. Thank you very much.
Yes, the Honorable former Minister for Works and Housing, now Chair of the Committee on Mines and yes.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to say a few words by way of contribution to the statement made by Honorable Ezanato Rollins. I know when I was a Minister for Works and Housing, she was always on my heels regarding this matter. Honorable Speaker, what hurts my soul is the use of the word the perennial flooding. That word perennial is self-indicting and self-insulting to this nation of ours. But I'm glad today to hear that flowers do not wear party colors. So we won't do ping pong in this august house and say that this particular government is responsible for this problem and that, but we should look at it nationally. When we look at it nationally to help. Honorable Speaker, I was educated as when I was a Minister for Works and Housing, that just 2 years after our independence, Accra was heavily flooded. President Nkrumah, with the largesse of the British Exchequer and his capacity to even give loans to Guinea, 2 years after independence, this low-lying area called Accra was heavily flooded. And we've said a lot about this flooding. Even talking about, sinking 450 million into flood control measures. Honorable Speaker, these are palliatives. These are not permanent fix. Because, Honorable Speaker, what are we doing as a nation? We have, as has been said, bad habits of, dumping our debris into open gutters, and they getting choked, and then we distil. So there's a yearly ritual of desilting. Put in the rubbish, spend good money, and then, take it out for purpose of getting the flow of, the excess water into designated areas without the spillover called the flooding. So, Honorable Speaker, this is what we've been doing. But there is another dimension of solving this problem once and for all. And we need to look at it. It's very capital intensive, but we need to look at it. If not, we use our little money to be solving this problem, and it won't help us. The way to go, given our bad habits and the rest of the challenges of this country, is to have the culvert constructed subterranean. Honorable Speaker, I was given this advice long ago. I made the presentation to the cabinet. We should go subterranean, whereby every filth and dirty water is not seen. You don't have open drains in London. Although the filth they churn out daily will overwhelm what we are churning out, in months. But if we don't go subterranean and you have open drains, Honorable Speaker, trust me, insofar as we keep doing the wrong things, and then the local government system is virtually broken down in terms of our hygienic conditions. The Asian tankers people are no longer there to police the environment. We'll come back with this sing-song, I'm afraid. And it wouldn't matter whether it's MPP in power or NDC in power. If you don't take a very, very qualitative decision and find good money, you cannot fight this, mess of flooding with coins. If you use the budgetary lines of this country, I do not see how we can ever solve this problem unless we take a bold decision that if cocoa matters to this country, and therefore we go to the stock exchange and stock market, the bonds market, and get good money to meet the needs of the cocoa season in millions of dollars, because cocoa matters to us. Why are we not saying that, in fact, flooding has a very debilitating effect, the cost to lives, property, and livelihood, and therefore we should also raise very good money and tackle this problem once and for all. If every government is interested in tackling it, if you have your 8 years, you do your very best to continue with the program. Another government comes and they continue, we'll be able to solve this problem. Right, Speaker, let me touch on Gary and sit down. Right, Speaker, I saw that
It's yet another Friday, and I've come your way once again with another edition of Bistek on GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Now, for those of you who want to learn local dialects on the internet, there is a good news for you. An app has been created by Dr. Paul Azunri, who is the founder of Natural Language Processing Ghana. And on today's edition of Bistek, he shows us how to make use of the app. My colleague Mauli Aholumega has more.
For those looking to learn a local dialect or understand the language of other cultures, a team has created a unique innovation that will help you achieve this goal all through an app. On this week's edition of BizTech, I'll be speaking with the founder of this innovation, the Kaya app, to learn more. Before I introduce my guests, I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. My name is Mauli Aholumega. Welcome back from that break on BizTech. My guest is Paul Azunri, and he's the founder for the Ghana Natural Learning Processing. Yes, Paul is my guest on this week's edition. Paul, welcome to BizTech.
Thank
you. Good to have you. How are you?
Pretty good.
Great. Many thanks for your time. Yeah, so just briefly tell us who Paul Azunri is and your role in the Ghana Natural Learning Processing.
Okay. I like to think of myself as a computer scientist and an applied mathematician.
Wow.
So I look for ways to use these ideas to actually improve human life. And in the context of Ghana Natural Language Processing, it's a way of enabling technology to understand our local languages, which currently doesn't exist until we started working on this.
Okay. Yeah, Paul, so I want to find out from you, what's your educational background like, and for you to move from there? Has there been any correlation to your educational background and the app that you created?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I've learned a lot in my schooling that has taught me a lot about what I'm doing now. So I went to Apokowari School in Kumasi.
Okay.
Actually, in 2002, we did the National Science and Maths quiz and we won. So that was like an experience that taught me I could do wonderful things if I put my mind to it.
Yeah.
After that, I went to Swarthmore College in Pennsylvania, and then for my first degree, and then ended up at MIT for my PhD.
Wow. Yeah. You're very, very well educated.
Some would say too much.
Yeah. I don't think learning has an end. So
It's a lifetime process.
Yeah, great. Yeah. I'm sure before you developed this app that we're going to talk about shortly, which is the Kaya app, right? Did you have to do some survey to sort of understand, has there been a deficit in the language barrier for people?
Yeah, well, in this case, it was very easy to do that survey. All you had to do was open Google Translate and look for tree or ga or airway or any of those things. We started doing this about 2 years ago, and you couldn't see any of these languages represented, right? And even for the languages that were represented, like Yoruba, Swahili, which are very big African languages, we often hear from native speakers that it's not good enough. And I think part of the problem with that is because the people working on it so far have not really been Africans, so it's kind of been solved from a distance away.
Okay, yeah. So what actually went into the whole, developing process? Because I know it has to take a lot of teamwork and, research and all that.
Yeah, I mean, Ghana Natural Language Processing is a group which has more than 100 members, and we started with volunteer efforts. So they would spend time to help us create data and write software and so on, and test various software frameworks to see whether the staff was good enough for it. So yes, it takes a lot of effort. It takes a team. It's definitely not just me alone working on this. It's a big team of linguists. So I'm a computer scientist.
Yeah.
This is a language problem.
Okay.
So you really need linguists.
You have to find somebody who's specific in that area.
People know each language very well.
Okay. Yeah, so I want to come to the artificial intelligence bit. Did you, and machine learning, as an engineer yourself, did you have to, was this, like when you were infusing, the languages in there, did you go through any challenges?
Absolutely. The biggest challenge is the lack of data. So for languages like Chinese, for instance, you have so many news in Chinese and so on. For Twi, Ewe, and the other languages, that isn't the case. So that's really the biggest issue, because the algorithms that we use nowadays typically are very data hungry. It isn't an issue for most big languages because there's so much data. The internet is here, right? Our phones. But for our languages, we didn't even have keyboards for a while. So we were not even writing it correctly on the internet. So you couldn't really learn from the data that was available. And the data that was available is actually religious. So like translation of the Bible and that sort of thing. And that brings its own challenges, because the model you build on that is going to be biased, and you have to really control for that. Otherwise, your system won't be very good.
But many people ask, Google is already there. Why would you want to? Google has its own translator. Why would you want to create one? I know obviously you're Ghanaian as well, so you'd want to have the Ghanaian representation and people learning other cultures and all of that. But was it in a way to compete with Google?
I mean, as you pointed out, you can't really compete with Google.
Exactly.
But I feel like there's space for multiple companies here. So definitely when we started, Google didn't have any of this. So we were the first
to create it.
The first group in the world. Our app is the first app in the world that had Twi, Ewe. We didn't know when Google was going to get to it. They just got to it right now.
Wow.
And even when they got to it, we compared it, and our stuff was better, right? So making sure that we Ghanaians take control of the problem, that we drive where it goes to, ensures that at any given point in time, our solution is world-class and we are not waiting for someone else,
Very, very great points, and I've been having a very interesting conversation. Now I want to zoom into the app in itself. What's the one key feature for you on the app?
Well, very key aspect is the speech recognition, which means you can speak to the app and it will transcribe what you're saying into text in your local language.
Okay.
This is, to date, our app is the only app in the world that provides that. So that's why I'm highlighting it. But there are a lot of new features that we are going to add that will be very important. Okay. So obviously, allowing the thing to understand your speech enables, say, disabled people who can't see, interact with technology. Then there's going to be speech to text, text to speech, where now the robot generates the speech for you. So if you don't have voice, you can communicate. So you can imagine somebody who has not been able to communicate for decades now is giving this tool that enables them to do that. That I think is what really changes lives.
Yeah. I've been having a very interesting conversation with you, so I'll just take a quick break and then we'll be right back. Yeah, there you have it. I've been speaking with Paul Azuri, and he's the founder for the Ghana Natural Learning Processing, which is an open source based platform which is helping people to learn different languages, specifically Ghanaian local dialect. I'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome off on that break. I've been speaking with Paul Azuri, and he's the founder for the Ghana Natural Language Processing, which is an innovation that has been created to help people understand their local dialect. Paul, I've been having a very interesting conversation with you. Still on the app, I want to find out, what's the target market for this app? Is it for schools? Is it for adults? Is it for people in the diaspora? Because, you know, we've had the year of return, a lot of people having to come back home to their roots, having to learn different cultures and all that.
That definitely is a big part of it. So all the ones you mentioned are part of the target market.
Okay.
So first of all, we think introducing an app like this ensures that we Ghanaians have a way to learn our language and use it correctly, which is very important. So people in school can just, they can look up a word, maybe an English word they don't understand, get the tree translation and say, oh, so that's what that English word means, and vice versa, right? So definitely the schools, definitely the diaspora. That one, you target it because usually they have more money to spend, so they'll pay, and they're very appreciative of it. So we definitely target them. A big part of what we're trying to do is to make this app support itself, because the big component of it is funding. And in other countries, the governments dedicate a portion of GDP to research and stuff. We don't have that here. So we have to find a way to pay for it itself, right, organically. And so in that, we are targeting companies, so startups or other businesses in Ghana who may need the solution. So, for instance, a lot of people have WhatsApp messages in a local dialect. Maybe they're getting a lot of them. There's no way to process it right now. Our app, we are going to provide an API. So the app is like the front end the user can use.
Okay.
But we also provide an API where it pays very little money to support the research, and then it processes the data for you, it converts it to text. You can do your machine learning analysis, regression, whatever you want on that.
Wow.
And automate that, and to make it, it's going to enable a lot of things that were not possible before. So.
And this is all done in your preferred language?
Yes.
Wow.
So you pick. Right now we have 5 languages in there. We plan to cover the entire map of Ghana.
Wow.
So
all the dialects in Ghana.
All of them.
Wow.
We'll keep going as long as.
Did you have to find a lot of language experts
No, absolutely.
to help you out?
Think about it. Language is culture.
Yeah.
Right. And in the future, probably our entire existence is going to be digital. And if our language have not been digitized, what's going to happen to it?
Yeah, I mean,
it will disappear. So we have to make sure that we preserve it.
Okay. Yeah. So Paul, just still on the app. I know obviously creating apps comes with its own security and features and all of that. How secure is this app for people, for users out there?
It's as secure as we can get it. I think it's as secure as any solution out there. So for instance, we do things like, we don't just store all the data that we get. We make a judgment call. We don't store any voice data because it's too personal. The only data that we store is the data that you choose to share with us. So through the app, you can, if you run across a translation that's bad, you can make a suggestion.
Oh, okay.
If you want, right? So if you choose to give us the suggestion, that's the only data we keep. We don't keep anything else, because we know there are a lot of security issues with that. And I mean, there are actually, beyond security issues, there are also ethical concerns.
Exactly.
Gender bias and other sorts of things we have to think about.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So just finally, we're wrapping up. I know you've been operating for 2 years now, right, on the app. How's the feedback like?
I encourage you to go to the Android page and look at the feedback. Surprisingly, very good. Okay. So initially, there were some negative comments, or maybe it's not good enough.
Which is normal. I mean,
absolutely, it wasn't perfect, right? So they looked up something, they didn't think it was correct. So, but over time, or sometimes people come in there and they don't find their language, which also upsets them. So they give us a negative review, which we understand. right? But nowadays it's pretty much 5 out of 5.
Great.
Yeah.
But you're looking to do some updates on it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We are constantly doing updates. Not sometimes even you won't even see we do them in the back end. We improve the.
You just wake up in the morning and there's an update.
And it's just better. Yeah.
So. All right, that's great. I'm really enthused with what you guys are doing, and I'm really hoping you guys would go far with this, because I think language and culture go hand in hand, and they're very, very essential to us. And for you to create an app, and you and your team creating an app to help assist this is a very good thing. So we really appreciate what you do. And just your final words.
Okay. I think the future is very bright if we understand it and prepare for it. So I think as a society, we should start prioritizing innovation, entrepreneurship, and importantly, incentivizing that and out-of-the-box thinking for our youth, because they are the future and they are the most valuable resource we have. Human capital is the most valuable resource we have. If we encourage them and then we make role models out of projects like this, and we also impart technological knowledge as we work on this to others, I think we have a very good chance of making a huge impact in the next millennium.
Great. So I've been speaking with Paul Azuri, the founder for the Ghana Natural Language Processing. We've been talking about the Akaya app, which is an app that has been infused with some local dialects to help bridge cultures and learn about languages. Paul is also a graduate from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Yes, a very novel school at that. And he's been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. Many thanks for watching. My name is Maulia Holmeka.
Thank you, Maulia Holumega, for that report. Up next is Biz Headlines. To our very first story, piloting of the ECD has begun in Seshi Asafo in the Western North region. This is according to the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison. He noted that this is to test the viability of an offline version of the central bank's digital currency in a community where there is no connectivity. He made this disclosure at the Ghana CEO Summit on Monday, May 30th.
Mr. Chairman, in line with the rapid innovation in digital financial services, the bank adopted a regulatory and innovation sandbox approach to support the process. Currently, the sandbox provides live tests of innovative digital financial services products, business models, and supportive technologies in a controlled environment for possible market rollout. More recently, the bank took a major step to explore a central bank digital currency within the framework of the Financial Sector Digitization Program. In partnership with G&D Technology, the bank is currently piloting the issuance of the digital currency. This project presents a unique opportunity to design a technological representation of a fiat currency that will drive financial sector digitization further and also facilitate the government's inclusive digital transformation program. In keeping with the bank's commitment to digitization of the sector, the ECD project is progressing steadily. Since financial inclusion is one of the objectives, the bank has deemed it necessary to test an offline version of the ECD that can be used for consecutive payments between individuals and merchants where there is no connectivity infrastructure, just like cash. Digitizing the offline transactions of rural and frontier households holds the key to creating the necessary market linkages that could result in access to finance. So far, the usage and uptake of the offline version of the ECD is being piloted in a small town called Seshi Asafo in the Western North region. Selected users in that community have been using the ECD for daily purchases such as food, grocery, and drinks. The bank will continue to work with these users to obtain the critical usage data that will inform the decision about the ECD's future after the pilot. These are clearly landmark events in providing digital leadership with the payment systems to lead to a digitized economy in the near future.
A report by Imani Africa has ranked the Finance Ministry as the most financially reckless ministry in the country. According to a report dubbed 2022 Fiscal Recklessness Index, the ministry has recorded over 11 billion cedis in losses to the state due to acts of omission and commission by its officials. The losses are said to have been recorded between 2015 and 2020, and the calculations were based on irregularities tracked in the Auditor General's report for the said years.
We looked at the financial irregularities or the financial cost of the indiscipline of public institutions or ministries, departments, and agencies in Ghana. And over the period between 2015 and 2020, the irregularities of public institutions, that is ministries, departments, and agencies, is about 13.9 billion Ghana cedis. And if you compare that with the period between 2010 and 2014, the irregularities in this period, or between 2015 and 2020, has increased more than 13 times, which means that the public financial management reforms that we have implemented are not delivering optimal results to the country. Now, if you critically go into the 13.9 billion, tax irregularities alone was about 9.2 billion. That is over 65% of the total irregularities recorded. Again, cash irregularities was the next highest irregularity, about 21%, or that's approximately 2.9 billion. Averagely, in the last 6 years, that is between 2015 and 2020, the average financial cost of irregularity is about 2.3 billion, and that is higher than how much we spent during the COVID-19 pandemic or the additional healthcare spending. Then again, if you compare the tax irregularities alone to the amount we've spent on free senior high schools, that is 7.7 billion, the tax irregularities recorded in the last 6 years, 2015 to 2020, is higher than how much we've spent on a critical social service or social intervention program like free senior high school program. Now, if you go into the ranking, the Ministry of Finance and its subsidiary agencies are the most fiscally reckless institution, followed by the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Roads and Highways, Employment and Foreign Affairs. Generally, most of the public institutions are moderately fiscally reckless, which means that if you're able to tighten the internal controls and public financial management measures in the country, we will be able to address the cause of the recklessness, which are mainly driven by lack of compliance enforcement, weak internal audit control system, and lack of application of sanctions. So when people abuse the laws, nobody is actually applying the sanctions. So these are the main causes of the irregularities. And if you look at now, between 2015 and 2020, the top 5 fiscally reckless institutions as Ministry of Finance and its agencies, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Roads and Highways, Employment and Foreign Affairs. Yeah.
Ghana has been categorized as having a higher chance of defaulting on its external debt in the next 5 years, the CFR Sovereign Risk Tracker has said. Results from the tracker showed Ghana scored a mark of 10, indicating that the country has a 50% or higher chance of defaulting on its external debt in the next 5 years. The CFR Sovereign Risk Tracker placed Ghana among 10 other countries, including Egypt, Tunisia, Lebanon, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Russia, Ukraine, and Venezuela. Among the countries, the tracker showed Egypt as a nation with the slightly below 50% chance of defaulting in its sovereign loans. Touching further on Ghana, the CFR Sovereign Risk Tracker showed Ghana's short-term debt and current account situation is equivalent to 79% of its reserves. The Office of the Special Prosecutor has frozen all assets belonging to the late Sir John. The move comes after the OSP announced it has commenced investigations into the leaked will of the Forestry Commission boss, which showed portions of the Achimota forest land bequeathed to some named persons. Details of the will have sparked controversy among a cross-section of the public, with the Ministry of Land stating that the Lands Commission does not have any documentation to prove that the late Kwadwo Owusu Friye, otherwise known as Sir John, owned portions of the Achimota Forest lands. In a statement issued on May 24th, the Lands Minister Samuel Abu Jinapor directed that the lands declared as owned by the late Forestry Commission boss is deemed as void. To our final story, the Institute of Energy Security is projecting a rise in the price of gasoline ranging from 5% to 9% over the current price, with some form of stability in the prices of gas oil and liquefied petroleum gas beginning June 2022. The 5.49 and 4.13 percentage drops in the price of gas oil and LPG respectively on the international market, according to the IES, may not necessarily lead to a reduction at local retail outlets, as most marketers will look to maintain their prices to offset the losses from the depreciation of the local currency. Thank you very much for joining us on today's edition of BizTech. This show airs every Friday on GhanaWeb TV. Do well to log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Follow us on all social media platforms on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sawa Asante. Do have a lovely weekend.